Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
Hey, Big O, protect your home the way we do with Sloman's Home Security, folks. And if you want some great news, how about this? A free doorbell camera. That's right. The first 40 Big O listeners who dial 1-800-ALARM-ME will get this limited time offer of a free doorbell camera that connects directly to your smartphone with installation of your Sloman's Shield. And that's not all, folks. Sloman's is going to give you a free customized home security system and professional installation when you use their low-cost central station monitoring. So you're getting an LED touchscreen pad, a motion detector, 3 arm doors, and backup battery. Plus, if you're one of the first 40 Big O listeners to call 1-800-ALARM-ME, you'll receive a free doorbell camera with the installation of your Sloman's Shield. Keep your family safe like we do here in the Alzigari family. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME.
When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411, and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
It's the Big O Show. You're tuned in to the hottest sports radio.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
Orlando, a.k.a. the Big O. He covers all the South Florida teams.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Offense to the heat, well, you know what I mean. Monday to Friday, Lollipop, blow in the...
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Show O's on the radio, the top's where we gonna go. Miami, that's the way we roll.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
On the morning show, Big O. No one has a similar show. Talk sports, talk plays, talk.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Live and direct, because nobody do it better than Big O in the set. From sunrise, listen live.
When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today, 786-802-1727, or online at adreamlending.com. The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Good morning. Welcome aboard, boys and girls. Yes, sir. It is the middle of the week. It is hump day. I hope you all are doing well. We had a Duncan Robinson sighting last night for the Miami Heat. The Miami Dolphins continue their preparations now for the Tennessee Titans on Sunday. The Florida Panthers are back in action tonight with back-to-back monster games, by the way, because it's the Rangers tonight, and then it's the Tampa Bay Lightning tomorrow. It is so good to get the Panthers back in action, man, because, you know, they are the best team in town, okay? The Heat are having a terrific season, and they're looking better and better. Even though there are injuries and COVID and all that, they're looking better and deeper. So when they are healthy, it's going to be awesome. But the Cats are for real. And I'm glad to have them back. And, man, we get them back with two awesome games tonight. With the Rangers, and then tomorrow night with Tampa Bay. So there's a lot of things to talk about over the next couple of days. We'll have some stuff that we'll be able to watch. Obviously, tonight, the Heat are back in action. They're on the road in San Antonio. By the way, at 9 o'clock, of course, Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro will take over with our Palette Rack City Inside the Paint show. And the boys will dominate for the next hour. They will talk all things Miami Heat and NBA. They'll bounce around, so looking forward to that. We got a full show for you today. Got a bunch of things that I want to get into. Obviously, a lot of hot button Dolphin topics that I want to get into all throughout the show. We'll do that. Obviously, we'll take your questions and comments like we always do every single morning, and we thank all of you out there. David Triana was actually first in, and he came in. He goes, I did a comparison between Tannehill and Tua. Says last 6 games for both. Tua 6-0, 127 of 171 for a 74.2% completion percentage, 1,300 yards, 8 touchdowns, and 4 interceptions. For Tannehill, he's 3-3 to Tua's 6-0. He's 130 out of 192 and 67%, 67.7 to Tua's 74.2, 1,182 yards with better receivers to Tannehill's to Tua's 1,299, 4 touchdowns to Tua's 8 touchdowns and 6 interceptions to Tua's 4. So with less talent, with lesser coaching, Tua's doing better. Oh, and less experience too. Oh, and by the way, fractured ribs and a broken finger too. Let's add that in there also. But let's leave the facts out. Why are we going to leave the facts out? There was some fool sends me on Twitter yesterday. I saw it this morning, and let me see, where is it here so I can pull it up, because it was kind of funny, because I saw the tweet and I was like, seriously, dude, do you know how what we do on this show, that we kind of say, do you watch the games, right? That's the question sometimes with people. Do they watch the games is always what I ask them, is do they watch the games actually? You know what I mean? And if you watch the games, well, then you won't be sending me this kind of crap here. What was it? Will Big O apologize to Tannehill if he beats up on the Dolphins this week or something like that? And he leads the league in interceptions. It's like, it was one of those things like, are you like crazy? Do you watch what's going on? Do you watch the games at all? The guy's been mediocre all year long. That's because he is mediocre. Here it is, Emilio Martin. In just 5 days, Tannehill will have a chance to make a lot of people in South Florida eat their words. Like, he hasn't watched the whole year that he's been mediocre. Once he lost his running back, it was like, he's like the kid that you take off the training wheels and then he just falls and he can't ride the bike. That's Tannehill right there. Will Big O change his opinion on Ryan Tannehill if he lights up the great Dolphin defense on Sunday? I'm like, dude, he leads the league in interceptions. I mean, do you watch it? I mean, give me a break, dude. It's beautiful. Anyway, so I love it. I got to tell you something. The one thing I will say about him is, I don't think there's been a player that's been blessed with more good fortune than that guy. That's the one thing that I will say about Tannehill. He has been blessed with every break in the book to help him along the way, man. I got to tell you, and to lead the league in interceptions when you have pretty damn good receivers overall and you have a good line, it's crazy. I'll give you a funny stat. All right. Joe Burrow leads the league in sacks. All right. Now, he's a young quarterback. So, you're going to take some sacks. You're going to figure things out. Plus, you're kind of throwing the ball a lot over there with the Bengals. 47 on the year. Tannehill's number 2 at 45. And nobody is surprised with that because he has no pocket awareness whatsoever. Never has, never will. Not a real quarterback. He's still an athlete trying to figure out the position. He'll never figure it out. But it's funny because a couple of the guys that I always tell you are athletes playing quarterback, and they're never really going to be good passers. Tannehill's one of them. Lamar Jackson's the other. Lamar Jackson's number 3 in the league at 38. Mind you, he's missed several games, and he's number 3 with 38. Justin Fields is 36. Zach Wilson is 35. Okay? A lot of youth in there taking a lot of sacks. And just in case, if you're wondering, where is Tua? Did you know Tua's 32nd in the league in sacks with 15? Now, he's missed a couple games, but he still has played a lot of games overall. And Lamar Jackson's missed a couple, and he's got more than double of Tua. Jacoby Brissett has played a lot less games than Tua now, He's got 19 sacks to Tua's 15. Okay, so let me just spin something impressive to you. Okay, behind that crappy ass line that Tua plays against, he's smart enough not to take a lot of sacks. Meanwhile, Tannehill, behind a terrific offensive line, all right, takes 3 times as many sacks. Just saying. Just saying. It's just, these are things that people just don't, you don't realize, you don't look at, and you just see some numbers and you think, oh, well, oh, he must have had a decent game or whatever, and you don't really watch the games, you don't really understand. So he is what he is, man. You know what I mean? And this week will be a terrific week because the defense will go after him and force some mistakes. This will be the same scenario this week that was last week, that will be the following week against New England. I'm not worried about the defense against the offenses you're facing. It's not really about that, okay? The Dolphin defense should be able to control the New Orleans offense. The Dolphins defense should be able to control the Tennessee offense. The Dolphins defense should be able to control the New England offense. None of those offenses scare you at this point in time. So you should be able to do it. The entire quest is the Miami offense against the New Orleans defense, now against the Titans defense, and next week against the Patriots defense. That's really the difference in the game, that they don't turn over the ball, that they don't put their team in a bad position, and that they score enough points to just win the game. That's it. It's really what it's all about. The defense should win the battle over this last month. And so far, they've won the battle in the last 2 games. They should win the battle in the next 2 games. It's all about the offense. That's really what it's all about. That's how the Dolphins will get to the playoffs. It's really all about the offense taking care of the football and scoring enough points. All right, let's bring the boys aboard as they get ready for a hardcore hour of Miami Heat and NBA talk. And boys, we got Duncan Robinson off the milk carton, at least for one night, because he pulled this crap a couple of games back where he showed up and then disappeared again. So I'm not going to get too excited about it, but it was nice to see him, shine yesterday.
Well, obviously it's a case of either or with Max Strus or Duncan Robinson. So with Max Strus out, I guess Duncan Robinson figured it had to be his night, and it had to be his night all the way. And you know what, that's what matters more than anything, that you step up at the moments that matter most. Look, it's been either or now for 2-3 weeks for the two of them. So as much as Duncan has been down, you look at what Max Strus did and you say, okay, we have someone who can fill that role. Last night, Duncan Robinson filled that role. It's going to be that way for weeks to come, because yesterday was not the exception. And Clay, and here's the thing now. Now that the Heat have multiple people in protocols, everyone tests. I don't know when the heck they got out of the arena last night, but it was really, really late. And I kept texting Tim Donovan, their PR man, who traveled. Nothing. Crickets. I got up, checked the NBA injury report today because I'm a sick person at 6:30, at 7:30, and just before we went on at 8:30. Still no update. But it's going to be just like it was last night. It's going to be each moment before a game, who's in and who's out. And this is just the start for the Heat. It's going around. It's a 20% positivity rate everywhere. So you take a 15-man roster, and you're looking probably at 2 or 3 guys just through this process being out.
And by the way, that's a 20% positivity rate amongst people who actually go and actively choose to get tested. Right. Much different with people who are in the NBA who are now asked to be tested, forced to be tested in order to stay in the protocols. It's almost a shame. We have a lot of Heat stuff to talk about. I kind of love the fact that you were talking about Ryan Tannehill. It's so much more fun to talk Ryan Tannehill when he's not on the Dolphins anymore, isn't it?
Right.
Like, right. Yeah. Remember, like people got so angry about that, but now I'm just getting a little nostalgic. But no, we'll talk about a lot. We'll talk about how this COVID situation is going to impact the Heat. I also want to get Ira's update on what he's hearing, what he's feeling on the Jimmy Butler ankle situation, what happened late in the game last night. It was unfortunate he even had to come back in the game. But I also want to talk about this 4-game homestanding, kind of how it's propelled them to this next road trip. And, it's all about at this point taking care of the games that you should win. And, like you were just talking about, the Dolphins defense should control other teams' offense. The Heat did what they needed to do at home. Now it's time to hit the road and see if they can win a few there too.
Now, listen, I'm not an epidemiologist. I did not sleep at a Holiday Inn last night or anything like that. But I kind of get the feeling that this one variant that's been going around, it's almost like I think we're going to get to a point where if you're vaxxed and you have it, you can continue to play with it, because Max Strus yesterday was saying, I feel great. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to play, and nothing's wrong with me, because it looks like this variant isn't nearly as bad.
Some guys are symptomatic, and that's been, everyone says, we're the same way. Clay, you're the same way as me. If you have a cold, you go to work.
If you're vaxxed,
right.
But
you're like me. If you have a cold, you go to work. If you have the flu, sometimes, let's be honest, we've gone to work because you feel compelled to do what you're supposed to do. But there have been reactions for these guys. They have had cold symptoms. It's the kind of thing that might keep you out a game or two. Look, we've seen Heat players over the years, and we've seen this in the injury report, cold symptoms. And we've sort of mocked those kind of players. Like, really, buddy, for what you're making, you go to work with a cold. I think this is the kind of thing that it could legitimately put a player out a game or two. Flu-like symptoms. We've seen that in injury reports.
Right,
This isn't the NFL. You're playing 82. Take a game off to feel better. This Heat road trip, a back-to-back tonight, would be a logical time for a player not feeling great to take time off. So I think you could see players with the new rules missing intermittent games. I think they're trying to make it so you don't have to be like Caleb Martin. I mean, Spoelstra, after last night's game, told us the same thing. 18 days for someone who felt poor for 2 days. Caleb Martin told us
makes sense now, right?
For 2 days, he felt like he had to do nothing but sleep. So I can understand. We've seen guys left back at the hotel and things like that. So I think that's the difference.
Yeah, I'm not gonna pretend to know anything about this, right? Because, like you said, we're not epidemiologists. But what I think you can do is kind of follow the signs and the science, and what's the fact that the CDC just lowered from 10 to 5 the number of days where you needed to be quarantined. And the fact, by the way, that the NFL pretty much came out yesterday and said, hey, you know what, if you test positive 5 days later, just as long as you don't tell us that you have symptoms, if you say you feel fine, you can go out there and play. It almost felt like they saw that Dolphins-Saints game.
Max Strus would have played in the NFL. Max Strus would have played in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, it almost felt like they saw that Dolphins-Saints game on Monday night, and they were like, yeah, we can't have that happen anymore. So to your point, it's not, even if we can just all admit we don't know anything about this, we don't know anything about this virus, we can read signs. We can see what the CDC just said. We can see what the NFL just implemented, and you wonder if the NBA isn't going to be far behind with even weakening their protocols even more than they already have.
Yeah, it just seems like this variant is not kicking people's asses like the other ones were, even the people that were vaxxed, that when they would catch it, it would bring them seriously down. So it's almost like you treat this one almost like a cold, like the people that do have body aches, the people that do get affected.
Flu
all right,
symptoms.
You take a night off or two.
Symptoms.
The guys that aren't affected, power through, man. Power through. Who knows?
And we're talking to be about societal acceptance, and you know that.
Yeah, exactly. All right, time to power through. One more hour of the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show. That's next.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available, from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends. When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time for an hour of hardcore hoops with the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Let's get to the show basketball fans crave. Let's get inside the paint.
Welcome. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Clay Ferraro here. Ira Winderman in his beautiful studio right there. And Ira, at some point, I think you have to replace that picture behind you with Omer Yurtseven. I think we need to get a big yurt behind you. So we
instead of Vladimir Stepania, it might be time. If he keeps double-digit rebounding the way he's going right now, and you know what, Clay, people have always said, oh, you're tall, oh, you're big, you can do it. Well, you know what? People haven't done it. And the rate that he's playing right now, it's really interesting. On this upcoming road trip, the Heat are going to Sacramento. That's where he had his breakout in Summer League. That's where he stepped forward. And he's getting these numbers with minutes now. And it's real and it's spectacular.
I love the Seinfeld reference. Yeah, look, even if you got some room over your right shoulder, you could keep Stepania. You know what I mean? Like you could find some space back there. I want to talk about him as the show goes on, because the thing that I think you can never quite predict about somebody is how are they going to fit into Heat culture, and how you can see the physical tools. Look, we can be completely honest here. He has slow feet. There's going to be a certain ceiling to what he can do defensively, but there are ways that he can get to that ceiling. And I think the thing that's been not surprising, but I've taken away from the whole Omer Yurtseven experience more than anything else is, who is the one that you see working with him all the time at shoot around? It's Jimmy Butler. Like when you see the videos that are posted, when Jimmy Butler is going to actively take you in. And my understanding, and you probably know this even better, is the fact that he's somebody who craves this sort of tutelage, and he takes it the right way, which is what you need to do if you're going to be part of Heat culture and a part of the Miami Heat. So got a lot more to get to in addition to Omer Yurtseven. But I want to do things a little differently off the top here, Ira, because I remember going back to last week's show, you said, and I agreed with you, we wanted to see the Heat just come out and flat out annihilate the Detroit Pistons, right? And it was a fact that Detroit was going to be missing a lot of players, and you had just lost to them at home. And, I know you experience this stuff in real time on social media, much like I do, where you see fans' reactions and stuff like that. I was surprised that the win was almost treated like a loss in the eyes of fans. And part of that maybe because, people were thinking the same thing you and I did. But the reason why I want to start with this game, Ira, is because I felt like it showed the difference between this year's Heat team and Heat teams of the past, where when things are going wrong for you, and Ira, what I found interesting about that game in particular was that, hey, Detroit's missing a lot of guys, but they're also a terrible three-point shooting team. Right. And so the Heat were clearly game planning to let them shoot, and they couldn't miss.
Yes.
So everything went against the Heat, and they still found a way to pull that out. So I want to start with that part of it. And what did that show you about this year's Miami Heat team and kind of the resiliency that they may have, despite the fact they themselves were also down, but they were kind of able to overcome that without Jimmy Butler?
Yeah, the thing is, it's hard to do games like that when you only have one closer or one finisher. And so we came into even this season, and we were talking about, Clay, of course, a big three with Jimmy Butler and Kyle Lowry and Bam Adebayo. Obviously, Bam's been gone now, for a few weeks, so he's out of the picture. Jimmy at that time had his bruised tailbone. He was out of the picture. But it seems like you always have at least two of those players on the court now. Even with Kyle going into quarantine, you have Jimmy Butler back. So I think what this team has, it has a balance of closers, that it doesn't just have to be one guy, that it could be Tyler Hero now, and it could be Kyle Lowry. You've seen him step up many times at the close of fourth quarters also. So to me, that's the difference, is that they always have someone in position at a moment of truth who is that kind of player, who is a closer. Matter of fact, I'm still not so sure that Bam Adebayo is. Remember that one game against the Nets, he had that one jumper, then put it away, but that was one time. Jimmy has a history of it, the 2020 NBA Finals. Kyle Lowry has a history of it, the Toronto Raptors championship. And honestly, even what Tyler did in those 2020 NBA playoffs against Boston, and even some recent games, he's shown that he can be a cold-hearted SOB at moments of truth also. So when you get games against an upstart, and Detroit guys you've never heard of, who literally arrived by Uber, with the start of the game and were driven on the court, they were so new to the team, they go off. Hey, at this level, any player can have a moment. We've seen that. But the Heat find a way to have answers. And I've written this at sunsentinel.com. I write it in my Winterman's View after recent games. To me, what matters most, Clay, is this. You need to bank these wins. Because, and I wrote the other day in my blog, winter is coming. You're going on the road now. 6-game trip, actually 7 because you come back. Then you go out to Atlanta. You're going to get guys in protocols. It started last night. Hey, Max Strus, no, you can't play. It's going to continue on this trip. They're starting Kyle Guy, the championship guard from Virginia, 2019, who led the Cavaliers to that championship. So you can have moving pieces. Just get the W's. There are times in this team's history, Clay, and you've been in the press room with me. I think you've rolled eyes at times also.
Yep.
When Eric Spoelstra used to say, it's not about the result, it's about the process. That's when the Heat teams were developing. Well, you know what, Clay? This season, with this roster, in these conditions, it is about the result. You bank the wins. So if you have a rough spot tonight, a very tough spot in San Antonio, second night of a back-to-back, not in your hotel room until 5 a.m. or so, then on this trip, you're going to have a back-to-back with Golden State on the back end. You're going to play in Phoenix. You have 2 games against Atlanta coming up. Bank your wins so when winter comes, you don't wind up looking from under 500. From that 11-30 start of the season, you have some equity. That's what the start of the season has been about.
And guys, please make sure to smash the like button. That does us a really big favor. And also make sure to drop your questions, your comments right here in the chat. So I'm reading them right here. Chase loves your Vladimir Stepandia reference, by the right. Yeah,
he's there. He's right over my shoulder. Yeah.
Yeah, and so people are asking too about Morris and Marquis Morrison, and I'll get your take on that coming up. You know what? While we're here, since somebody just asked, do you have any update there? Is there any feeling on when Marquis Morris might be back?
Yeah, Marquis Morris. There was a post the other day on Twitter, and he came back and said, "No, I'll be back sooner than that." I think this is the push-pull of a player wanting to come back, of a team wanting him to come back right, and the oddness, Clay, of a team finding enough answers in the interim that they don't need to really force the issue there. As Clay goes dark on me here for a second, and that's fine. Clay, you're there. So it's like, I figure you're going 0 dark 30 on me for a few minutes. So anyway, about Marquis Morris, for those actually listening on the podcast and not seeing Clay try to get his camera back on right now, I think it's a case they want to make sure that Marquis Morris, when he comes back at 100%. That he comes back as the kind of player they thought he was going to be when he went out after those 10 games. And Clay, the Heat also have changed their approach from how they initially played with Marquis Morris. The Heat team that Marquis Morris left on November 8th when he had his issue with Nikola Jokic is a different style now. They're playing differently. They've become more 3-centric. So I think it's a matter of the Heat trying to find sort of a soft spot to bring him back. You know what? When you're winning, you don't want to tinker too much. It's going to be really interesting January, Clay, because you're going to see Marquise come back. You're going to see Bam Adebayo come back. You're going to see Dwayne Dedmon come back. Might even see the name we mentioned here every week and our eyes open. Victor Oladipo come back. The Heat team you're seeing right now is just collecting wins. The Heat team we're going to see at season end, I think will have a different rotation. We'll have a different look. We'll have a different approach. Get there with enough W's that you're not in the play-in round, that you're at home in the first round, that you don't have a series like you did last season against Milwaukee when you open the playoffs. This is all about building towards something, and I have no idea what the hell they're building toward.
Well, and right now, look, and this is, we're kind of jumping around a little bit just because these are the questions that were asked, but I think you're right, and we're not in, the Heat keep things locked up. Right. I mean, they're not going to let any of us know how guys are progressing from, sometimes you'll get, we'll see this with the Warriors with Klay Thompson. Like you get these little reports about he's getting closer. We've targeted December 27th, but, maybe it's going to be January 2nd. Like, we're just kind of like, the Heat do not do that. It's like you've said all the time, you'll show up to shoot around one day and Eric Spoelstra will say, Yeah, just FYI, guys, Victor Oladipo is available tonight. And
Yes,
everybody's
yes.
eyes.
Or honestly, Clay, the injury report. All of a sudden now,
Yeah.
and I hate the NBA injury report. I'll fill people in. The NBA injury reports used to be issued 3 or 4 times a day, like at 3:30, 5:30, and 8:30, and that was it. Then gambling took over, and everyone wanted to know, and they felt they needed to be a little bit more, transparent about it. They're every hour now. And literally, you click. I clicked this morning at 7:30. I clicked at 8:30. When we take one of our breaks, I'll click at 9:30, and it just shows up. All of a sudden, Jimmy Butler goes from out to questionable. And that's your sign, because the NBA wants you to step up, to ramp up. They do not want a player to go from out in 1 hour and available in the next hour. It happens at times through circumstance, through travel and things like that. But the NBA wants that step. Yeah, because of COVID. Perfect. Like Max Strus doesn't show up. The game starts. He's on the out list and protocols. So I think you really got to look at that injury report also. You'll see that gradual step. One day, you'll even see Marquis Morris go from out to doubtful, and that'll be a step forward. I think the injury report will be our key there.
So this is why I started with the Pistons game. And, normally we start with the most recent game and we'll look backwards. The Wizards game last night was, even though it got a little bit too close for comfort in the fourth quarter, it was almost like they were trying to just, it was like they got the big lead, and then it was like, okay, let's see if we can sneak out of here with giving some guys.
Get the hell out. Absolutely.
Yeah.
They did not want to bring Jimmy Butler back with 5.5 minutes to go on the first night of a back-to-back. They were literally playing possessions there for a while, trying to run all 24 seconds out.
Yes.
And trying to do the math. Okay, we're up by this many baskets, even if they're all threes. How many 24-second increments can we run? You see it all the time. You see it in football. You see it in other sports. When you play that prevent, you get yourself in trouble. It happened last night.
Yeah, but leading up to that point, they dominated the Wizards like you were hoping to see them dominate the Pistons at the beginning of this homestand. But the bottom line is, it's a 4-0 homestand. It's 4 wins that you just banked, to use your words that I really like. And when you're getting towards the end of this season, and we're going to have to navigate a lot more ups and downs. We're going to have to go through a lot of this stuff. So, and I can look at that Pistons game specifically and say, and I said this, and this is why I started with it when I said it the night that it happened. I said, you say what you want. The Heat just won a game, despite the fact that, hey, a depleted team they were playing went out there and went nuts from 3. This was a team who was beating you badly, and a team that's a terrible shooting team, but you found a way to win and bank that win. And at the end of the season, nobody's going to ask you how much you won by. Yes. And so you're able to pull off a W in that game. And if you had said, hey, you're going to go 4-0 on this road trip, it may not necessarily be the prettiest 4-0 in the world, but you're going to get 4 wins. You're going to take that every single time. And now you're going to go into this road homestand, and now you're going to go on this road trip. And Ira, I think what we're seeing, unfortunately, and we'll see what happens between now and tip-off time, like you said, you're going to be hitting refresh on the injury report every 5 seconds. But it's, since you banked those wins, it's, I don't want to say less vital, but if you go out there and you're depleted tonight, if you're thinking, okay, Jimmy Butler's ankles swelled up a little bit overnight, you're not feeling like it's as urgent to push guys out there for the immediate gratification. You can kind of take the greater good with this stuff and be a little bit more
Matter of fact, Clay, I'm gonna put you on the spot here. Matter of fact, just to fill people in, Clay and I used to do these shows very scripted. I would send him something around dinner time. I want to talk about this. He would give me some thoughts, and we've had a whole bunch of Heat Tuesday night games. So we're sort of more free form here. Probably make it a better show also. So I'm going to put you on the spot here. I'm going to throw you a name that you might actually give me a blank stare. And I'm not trying to be mean or rude here, but I want to give a perspective. You ready? Kyle Mackey. Does nothing for you, right?
Never.
He was a Dolphins replacement quarterback under Don Shula when they had replacement players play several games in an NFL season. The Dolphins won some of those games. The NFL went back, had a regular season. By the time the Super Bowl came around, no one remembered the replacement games, the replacement players, the plumbers who were playing at the Orange Bowl in those games. Lifford Hobley actually broke the picket line and played a little also. My point being to what you were telling me, no one's going to remember how you won or who you won with. No one's going to remember that Zylan Cheatham was a thing, or maybe now Kyle Guy was a thing, or that Omer Yurtseven actually played big minutes if their Bam Adebayo comes back and plays at 35, and after Dwayne Dedmon comes back and plays at 13, and Omer's almost on the inactive list at the end. So you get these now because, like you said, the Detroit game, the Indiana Pacers game before we went on last week, a team that couldn't have given a rat's ass what's going on. They all just want to get traded. The Orlando Magic, or as you like to call them, the Lakeland Magic, that they beat on Sunday, all their G League players in there. And even last night was fascinating. The Wizards almost didn't have enough players. And Alize Johnson was flown in. He was with the Chicago Bulls. He was cut. And I love the comments. He landed at 4 o'clock. And people were saying, well, if he's taking the Palmetto, he's never going to get here. So that's how close it was for Washington. And he played big minutes in that game also. But again, and it's interesting, when we do our Pallet Rack Cities every Wednesday going through the season, I bet you even you and I, when we're talking about the standings in March and April, and we're talking about, hey, we're only a game behind the Bucks, or can't believe the Sixers are that bad, we're not going to remember the hows in December. We're just going to look ahead to the next 4 or 5 games. You've got to win this one. You've got to get by. And Clay sort of to put a ribbon maybe on this segment, because I know we went a little long, the way the Heat have gotten moments out of players you never would have expected they would have gotten moments out of. Gabe Vincent, Max Strus, Omer Yurtseven, hell, even the defense of Marcus Garrett. It's those little things. This is a win for the players gutting it out. This is a win for the coaches coaching it out. And this is a win for the front officing it out by getting those players here for moments like this. This is all, like Eric Spoelstra might say, all 3 levels getting it done.
By the way, I checked the chat. And for those of you who take you behind the curtain, when for some reason it went out earlier when I was checking the chat. I don't know if I hit something funky or something, but we had 15 comments. And I was like, oh, people must be asking some really good questions. No, it was everybody making fun of my internet and asking why Sean said I have CenturyLink, which I'm not going to say what I actually have, but let's just say that it was the X factor. The X factor in my
I figured it was just Mrs. Ferrero telling you it's time to make breakfast, but that's another story for another day.
That's true.
As we go to break.
Please keep dropping your questions, your comments. There were some good ones, and we'll get to those in a little bit. So that's the past. That's what happened over the last 4 games. We're going to look ahead. We're also going to build off of your comments, your questions, and you're going to make fun of my internet more coming up next, right here on Inside the Paint.
Guaranteed.
Reach out to Ira and Clay. Drop them an email at insidethepaint@yahoo.com. Chime in on the YouTube chat board. You're listening to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show. When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines. If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today, 786-802-1727. Or online at adreamlending.com. Welcome back to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Let's get back to the guys that just updated their email from Prodigy to AOL. Here's Ira and Clay.
Always. So it's not just
and yet here's the irony. Clay's got to be at least 20 years younger than me, maybe even younger. And yet when it comes to the technological buffoon on a weekly basis, and maybe we'll see it in the third segment again today, I'm telling you, these kids, people, they may think they got it done, but I got to tell you, just communicating with Clay on his MySpace page between shows, that tells you all you need to know right there.
Oh, it's a blast. I'm glad that we get to do this every week, and I'm glad that I'm providing some entertainment. So we talked about the past. We talked about the games that were leading up to this. So now it's time we're going to look at the future a little bit, and I want to get into some of this stuff. But Ira, we mentioned Marquis Morrison. It's one of those things where you're just kind of wake up one day, and then all of a sudden he's going to play. When you look around at some of the mixing and matching right now that's going on around the league, you look at what the Lakers did last night, and LeBron James played center, and it's obviously out of necessity, but the Heat have kind of hit that point of necessity now. I mean, and we don't know who may be next on the COVID list. Omer Yurtseven is doing well at center, and yet after him, they went out when they signed Kyle Guy last night. You saw the uproar from fans. Why are we signing a guard? We don't have any big men. So, Ira, what is the play here if Yurtseven is out, let's say, or if he's in foul trouble for an extended period of time? How do the Heat navigate this? Kind of like the Lakers did last night by playing LeBron James at center. What is the fallback option? Do they go small? What do they do coming up on this road trip if for whatever reason they become even more depleted and the one center that they have has to go out for an extended period?
Well, I mean, it was like last night. KZ Okpala was the backup center. I think PJ Tucker is right there. I'm sure he traveled on the trip, so if he comes back.
That's good.
Remember, the Houston Rockets, when they were at their almost best that one season, when they went ahead and traded Clint Capella to Atlanta, they played PJ Tucker their center, and they made it, I think it was the Western Conference Finals that year in Houston. The three-centric, played 5 out on offense. PJ has done that. That's their number one backup plan. Their number 2 backup plan would be KZ Okpala, play smaller, play a ton of zone defense, go in that direction. But I think the reason they went in the Guy direction is because, one, you can never have enough three-point shooting in this league anyway. We've seen what Kyle Guy did at the University of Virginia during that championship run he had there. So you have that. And I think they think that, one, PJ Tucker was close. If Udonis is asymptomatic now, like we talked with Big O at the start of the show, they're cutting their protocol down to almost 6 days. I asked someone on the Heat, and I said, well, how are you going to get these guys out there? Because the biggest risk, again, for people sort of joining us now, the Heat are beginning, it's a 7-game trip, but they're coming home after the second to last game for a 2-day break. So the trip, tonight at San Antonio, New Year's Eve on Friday at Houston, Sunday at Sacramento, a god-awful back-to-back, Monday against Golden State, day off, then Portland, 2 days off, then Phoenix. They'll come home for 2, they'll play Atlanta. So they're going to have to get players out. And I was asking someone, well, it seemed to me the worst way to try to avoid COVID would be to get on a commercial flight. And I've done it, and I've seen what it's like in the Wild West in the skies these days. But you know what? When you're paying someone $200,000 a game, you get a charter plane. You pay the $10,000 to $15,000 an hour, and you fly them out. So I think there will be the COVID flight, the relief flight. They'll be holding on from the wing and the wheel wells, heading out there to Sacramento, whether it's Kyle, whether it's Udonis Haslem, whether it's maybe even Dwayne Dedmon. There will be reserves on the way. Again, Clay, this is all about buying time. And the one thing
guys,
I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. I thought you were. No, we're buying time. People dropping some great comments here. So the Finn's tailgate says, "Isn't this the Heat way though? Next man up, system team,
Yes.
no one man out is an excuse not to win. Real culture, winning culture."
And Clay, I'm going to give you this. You and I have spoken at times this season about unplayable players at the end of the roster. We have. Let's be honest with people. We've been doing this Pallet Rock City inside the paint since the summer. We spoke about Udonis Haslem. Let's be honest. And what can he do? He's done. He had 7 points in a period the other day. We've spoken about Omer Yurtseven, and he's just a summer league guy, and he needs to go to Sioux Falls. He's done nothing but double-digit rebounds for 6 in a row. He has a pair of double-doubles. He's done. And even KZ Okpala, in small doses, mostly on the defensive end, he's gotten it done. And I think you and I would both agree that Marcus Garrett really is turning into somewhat of the defensive revelation we thought he might be, whether it's a Patrick Beverley, whether it's only the level of Briante Weber, but a serviceable player. So you got to give the Heat credit. Every single player on this roster has had a moment this season. That doesn't happen with teams. You can look, Clay, around the league. There's plenty of guys, I'll mention a guy and you go, wait, he's still in the NBA? Each of these Heat guys has made a difference. So that's exactly the Heat way. They'll find a way. Maybe tonight Jimmy Butler doesn't play in San Antonio. He twisted the right ankle because he had to come in where the game got too close last night. You know what? Maybe Marcus Garrett starts. And maybe Marcus Garrett makes it such hell on the point guards for the Spurs that you're in the game until the end. I give him so much credit because I got to be honest, and I think, Clay, you have to take some blame also. It's not just me. We thought there were guys on this roster who simply were not playable parts. There is not a single player whose name is under contract to the Heat this season that has not had a moment, and I haven't even gotten into the Caleb Martins and the Max Struses and all those guys also, which again, throwing it back to you, Clay, what's going to happen when everyone's back? And I know you're going to say you worry about good things when you need to, but there's going to be real decisions that are going to have to be made.
Yeah, look, I mean, we were idiots with a lot of this stuff, but the idiocy came not from saying, oh, these players haven't done it before, so we're going to assume that they can't. I mean, I think that's fairly, I think a lot of people did that. It was in not recognizing what the Heat staff can do with players like this, and not just the coaching once they get there, but also recognizing the traits in the first place. Right. And you mentioned Caleb Martin. It's not just getting the quote unquote unplayable players that we thought. It was getting guys, although I don't know, man. I mean, you may have thought he was unplayable considering Charlotte just let him walk.
Right.
But he gets there, and it's not just that he's playing, man. He's nasty. I mean, he is an impactful guy when he's on the floor. So it's everybody's level goes up a little bit. It's the guys who you thought were unplayable, well, they go up to playable. The guys who you thought were playable in a pinch, your Max Struses, your Caleb Martins now, are turning into guys who can be really, really impactful players. And credit goes to the players for taking the right mindset and for taking to the coaching and the teaching. But credit goes, as always, to the Heat staff and not just the guys on the floor, but also the assistants but also the front office guys.
I want to interject just 1 second here also, because I think it's interesting. So I'm going to throw something at you, and this is not to be a negative segment, people. Please, the Heat are riding that 6-game home winning streak. They've won 8 of 9 and all that. But this is to the degree also. Think about this for a second, Clay. What Heat players this season have underperformed? Now, there's an obvious name out there, and we speak about it with Big O. We did the crossover at the start of today's show. We know about Duncan Robinson, had it in the shots. Let's not pile on with Duncan Robinson. Clay, I want you, and I know I'm putting you on the spot because there's 16 other names or 15 other names right now. Name me another player that Clay Ferraro, in debate class, when you go to your daughter's school and you have to do a debate, can make a debate point for player X on the Heat has underperformed other than Duncan Robinson. Can you honestly give me one?
No, I can't, and I know where you're going with this. And I think this also gets back to the question that you asked a second ago, which is, then what do you do once everybody is back? The fact that you can look at this roster and these guys who are out there, and yes, I can't pick out a player who's underperformed. Which, to your point,
that's the thing. Yeah, and that's
they're
the thing.
Overperforming.
Yes, and that's the thing. So then you have part B, which is why I asked that. Are Heat players, you know why we always talk about regressing to the mean, okay? Are there certain Heat players who are overperforming. And while you should appreciate what they've done, you also realize their career arc is different. That's the difference. In other words, will Gabe Vincent settle back down a little bit? Will Max Strus get back to his college numbers? Will Caleb Martin be the two-way player he was when he was in the G League with the Greensboro Swarm? I'm not so sure I could say that about any of them. I made that Seinfeld joke about they're real and they're spectacular. I'll let people Google that or whatever. But the thing is, I think this is all legit. I think each step forward is not going to be followed by a regression. I think this is who Max Strus is. I think this is who Gabe Vincent is. I think this is who Caleb Martin is. That's sort of remarkable.
This is rocking my world right now that Ira is the optimist on this show. I was not at all expecting this.
How can you not be with this roster and with what they've done and with the players who've achieved? But let me throw, seriously, Clay, let me throw that back at you.
By the way, Finn's tailgate says Ira with the screwball, which made me laugh. Oh, and Scummy brings up another great point. Scummy always brings, and I'm just saying that just because I know it makes Ira laugh. He says Ronnie Cycli is overperformed. So okay. I don't know.
All right. So
I don't know, DJ. I don't know.
But is there a player on this season's roster, Clay, that you say to yourself, you know what, this is not who he is. He's maybe it's Omer Yurtsev in what we've seen with the numbers recently, where other teams will get a book on him now and put a body and put his butt on the floor. Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, I guess. But I think to your point, and it goes back to the question that you asked earlier. It's maybe not. Maybe this is like who these guys are. But they're still not PJ Tucker. They're still not Bam Adebayo. They're still not Victor Oladipo when he's healthy. And so it's like, it's a good problem to have. But I do think ultimately you're going to play the most talented players, at least to start, at least when those guys get rolling. But I'll also say this, Ira, what I think this gives you moving forward is, let's say you have a game, and we're going to bring up Duncan Robinson again, because we've seen it in multiple games this season. Let's say you have a game where the player who has the better pedigree, and at this point, Duncan Robinson, because of what he's done, you could say his pedigree is better than a Max Strus. Let's say you have the player with the better pedigree that you play to start, that you play most minutes to begin the ball game. But then they show that particular night, they just don't have it.
Right.
Well, what has Eric Spoelstra done this year when that happens? Who gets Duncan Robinson's fourth quarter minutes? It's not Duncan Robinson, it's been Max Strus.
Right. Yes.
So what you have now is, if you have a game where Victor Oladipo, for whatever reason, he comes back and he just has a bad game, and it happens to everybody, you can play somebody, and Caleb Martin isn't the same type of player, but he can give you the same sort of perimeter defense. He can do some of the things there. You can play Caleb Martin instead of him in matchup type scenarios and feel good because you've seen him go. And I'm talking about at crunch time in the fourth quarter. You've seen those guys go out there, and you kind of play the hot hand, so to speak, because you've got the ability, you've got more players who can be that hot hand. So this is where I become eternal optimist with this thing. You're going to play the most talented players as the season goes on. Sure. But what this has done for you is when you get to those moments of truth, you have players who have performed in the moments of truth in games against Orlando in December that now have the confidence that they can do it. And you now in turn have the confidence in them because you've seen them do it.
And I think that's why I mentioned this name before in our show. I could see Duncan Robinson turning into somewhat of a Luke Babbitt type role. Remember when the Heat had that 30 and 11 second half of the season? Luke Babbitt would start each half and play 3-4 minutes. If he hit shots, he'd stay in. If he didn't, he'd go to the bench and not be seen. So you'd have that rare starting player who plays 12 to 14 minutes. And I could see Spoelstra cycling through that if Duncan's not hitting and doesn't come out strong like he did, hitting a couple of shots early, a couple of threes early, you can go for the athleticism of Caleb Martin. You can go for the replacement shooting of a Max Strus. You can go 3 guard when Victor Oladipo is there. Maybe you go a little bit more big also. You have those other options sort of at hand also. It's going to be really interesting. You know, I played this game with you. We can come back in the next segment and talk about it. But when we go to our probable starting lineup, it's going to stay the same of Bam and PJ and Duncan and Jimmy and Kyle. Who are the next guys? And then we've always said, well, we think it's Marquis, we think it's Tyler, we think it's Dedmon. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just Tyler is the only guy who's grandfathered in there in the top 6 because Caleb Martin, it would seem to me, needs to play with this two-way style of playing. And maybe even the roles we thought that were grandfathered in to a Dedmon, to a Marquis Morris, maybe reality has hit home that, hey, This is going to be situational. There might be a series against the Bucks,
Yes.
bigger team to use this. There might be a series against a more athletic opponent where you go smaller and you play different against the perimeter-oriented Brooklyn Nets. It very much could be that you have almost different alignments based on opponents, and no one prepares better for a playoff series. Last season's series against the Bucks notwithstanding, than when Eric Spoelstra has days to really game plan for something specific.
Well, it's such a great point. And that Bucks series, it was one where there was nothing you could do to combat their size. And
Right.
they were absolutely annihilating it. And so with this Heat team, you're going to look to potentially, if you were to play Milwaukee again, you brought in a Marquis Morris, you brought in a PJ Tucker. Hey, Dwayne Dedmon, man, by the way, I'm so thankful that knee injury.
Yes,
looked
we're just
bad.
1 to 2 weeks. Yeah.
Oof, man, and I felt bad because he's been such a blast to watch. You don't play favorites when you cover team, but he's a joy to watch.
Yes.
Because he's like he is the embodiment of Heat culture in that he's somebody who, like, the attitude, just everything about, and he's fun and he hits the threes and then he's dialing long distance on the way.
He's blue collar, yeah.
Yeah, I was happy to say it was kind of a gut punch when you saw him go down.
Yeah,
and
it was the rare good 2-week injury. I agree. And Clay, you know the one thing, when you hear the player give the audible grunt that in a large arena with thousands of fans, you still hear it. That's when you sort of hold your breath. That's when you go, because these guys know, these guys feel their body. He's had an injury history. Now look, they say it's 1 to 2 weeks, but we've seen 1 to 2 weeks become 2 to 4 weeks. There goes glass half empty Ira again. But you also have to be careful on the other side.
But see, I don't think 2 to 4 weeks is glass half empty. I think it's being smart. Like if you think there's any chance that there's a re-injury there,
right?
Dwayne Dedmon, I think, has kind of changed his role on this team from, he's a guy who can get you through the minutes without Bam. He can get you through games when guys are down. To a guy who I think you're legitimately going to need come playoff time if you end up going up against a bigger team like in Milwaukee. But to your greater point, we'll get more into this after the break, but it is going to be matchup based. And when you have these players who you didn't necessarily think would be able to contribute, who now you're seeing they can contribute, it just gives you more tools in the toolbox. It gives you the ability. Now, we know when they go up against Brooklyn, you can throw out a lineup right now that's going to be a defensive tough defensive team.
5 defenders.
Victor Oladipo, Jimmy Butler, Kyle Lowry, PJ Tucker, and Bam. But now you have the ability to mix and match some of those guys in different potential matches.
And if they play the Bucks this time, we know that Omar Yurtseven is going to F up Giannis. So that's taken care of.
And Brook Lopez at the same time.
If he comes back, exactly.
It's going to be, aggregate that. All right, coming up, we're going to look ahead. We've done a lot of looking back. We're going to look ahead to the West Coast trip that is on the horizon and just see how the Heat can navigate this. And we'll get to more of your questions and your comments. That's right here on Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a good rack? Pallet Rack City. When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support. For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4847. 4843. That's 305-433-4843 for ejdconstruction.com.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. If it's hardcore hoops you desire, make sure you subscribe to the Big O Radio Show and never miss an episode of Inside the Paint. Let's get back to the Palette Rack City Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back. Final segment of the show here. Please smash that like button for us. And by the way, the numbers of downloads have been absolutely crazy, and we thank you for that. I know Big O thanks you guys for that, but smash that like button. Make sure to drop your questions, your comments right here in the chat. Feel free to make fun of me, because that seems to be the thing that we do on this show, and I am completely fine with that. But like the Fins Tailgate just said, there's going to be real depth on this roster come playoff time. Look out, East champs coming through. Which, look, as we kind of made this distinction before the season started, was, look, the Heat may be challengers, but are they contenders? Right. And I think what we've seen, Ira, when this team is healthy, I think it's fair to say that you can put them up there on the contender list, at least when you're talking about a
absolutely list. Clay. I have absolutely come around on this team. There's one style against the uber athletic run and gun team, or athletic team, even like Cleveland, they struggle against. But for all the talk of 7 seconds or less in Phoenix and styles of other teams, that has not been a winning playoff style. Maybe it changes in today's NBA that a team plays that way and can have deep playoff success. The Rockets, we mentioned with PJ Tucker at center, thought they could, but they couldn't, and there were injuries there. But if traditional playoff basketball is going to win in the postseason in 2022, the Heat are absolutely equipped. They have enough scoring, they have enough defense, they have enough passing. They have enough to get through a series with depth if there is an injury. Look, if it's like 2020, when Goran Dragic and Bam Adebayo went out in the finals, you hit a wall. You can't replace your elites. But otherwise, if Jimmy Butler has an off night, Tyler Hero is there now to take care of that. If Kyle Lowry has to miss a game, Jimmy Butler or even now Tyler Hero or Gabe Vincent can take care of the playmaking. If Bam Adebayo misses a game, you'll get by with Dwayne Dedmon not having Myers Leonard as a replacement starter like they did in the 2020 finals against the Lakers. So that one game of playoff injury, where before it was crisis and the alarm went off, this team has really shown that they have plenty. And I still think, because he's Pat Riley and because there's Andy Ellisberg and Adam Simon, that February 10th trading deadline, you know the one thing, Clay, when this team smells blood, they go all in. You haven't mentioned it today in the show about luxury tax and salary cap and other concerns, but if on February 10th they are close, if they say, you know what, guys, we can play with Brooklyn, we can play with Milwaukee. I think just like last year delivered Victor Oladipo, didn't work out, but they tried. 2 years ago, delivered Jay Crowder and Andre Iguodala. I think February 10th, the night the Heat play a game against the New Orleans Pelicans in New Orleans, and the NBA trading deadline could be fascinating, because the one thing Mickey Arison has told us from the get-go, if we are a contender, we're going all in.
Yeah, and look, he said that. And for all the people who say, well, Mickey Arison is cheap, he's not going to go into the luxury. This would be his chance to say, look, guys,
you seize the moment. Yes,
right, exactly.
The moment.
I'm going to throw you a curveball real quickly before we get into this, because you mentioned a few names there, and or as I think it was Finn's Tailgate said, you threw a screwball. Somebody said that Ira threw a screwball. Who is the Heat's most irreplaceable player? And I'm going to give you mine. I'm going to give you mine while we're thinking. I think it's Kyle Lowry, and for this reason. I think Jimmy Butler is their best player still. I think Bam Adebayo, when you talk about somebody who, when he's on the floor, he changes what they do, and you probably have to adapt more. Kyle Lowry is the one player, Ira, and we've seen it maybe a dozen times this year. He can shoot 2 for 9 and still positively impact the game in a major way. There have been a few times, and I'm sure you've done the same thing, where you'll come away from a game and you're looking at the box score and you're thinking, man, I really felt Kyle Lowry's impact on that ball game. Let's see what he finished with. Oh my God, he was 3 for 11. Yeah. And I think he's the one guy that consistently every single night, he can change who you are simply by being on the floor and being who he is. His attitude, his crazy Kyle stuff, that doesn't go away when he has an off night. If anything, it's worse. His going and pumping up Duncan Robinson when he's having a terrible shooting night, that doesn't change when he himself is having a bad shooting night. Kyle Lowry is Kyle Lowry, regardless of what his numbers are. And to me, having that steadying force, and I know that sounds a little odd, but that consistent force, despite the fact that he could have an off shooting night or turn over the ball a few times, to me, that makes him the most irreplaceable guy on this team once you get to the playoffs.
I'm going to zig where you zagged a little bit, and I'd agree in most games for extended periods who's the most important Heat player. I would agree with Kyle Lowry. However, this is all about the playoffs, Clay, and this is all about moments of truth in playoff games, and I'm still going with Jimmy Butler. We saw it even a little last night against a terrible Washington team. Eric Spoelstra didn't want to have to put Jimmy Butler back in the game, but what was 27 points all of a sudden was 7 points? What does Jimmy Butler come in and do? Jumper, jumper, jumper. Mid-range jumper, what Eric Spoelstra calls relief points. Eric Spoelstra has this thing, he calls it fourth quarter offense, but it doesn't have to come in the fourth quarter. When you need a bucket, when you need points, when you need to stop the other team's run, who do you turn to? And Jimmy Butler is the guy on this team. He has the mid-range shot. He gets to the foul line. He slows the pace of the game. The 2020 playoffs we spoke about, his unceasing effort against the Lakers in those finals, I still think, and it's good, this is Jimmy Butler's team. That's why everyone here was built to augment Jimmy Butler. Why is Kyle Lowry here? He's the godfather of Jimmy Butler's daughter. There's a connection there. Jimmy wanted him here. Why are some of these other guys here? Jimmy wanted them there. He's still, to me, the fulcrum of success in individual moments or even over the course of games. Jimmy is fine with what happened last night. Let Tyler get his 32. Let Duncan hit his 8 3-pointers. But I'm there as the closer. And Clay, there is no more important position in the NBA than closer. And Kyle Lowry is very good at that. But Jimmy Butler is great at that. So I think Jimmy Butler is the most indispensable player. Can they have playoff success without Jimmy Butler? Sure. Can they have ultimate success without Jimmy Butler? No freaking way.
This is interesting. This goes back to your question earlier about a player who's underperformed. And Jay says that before the injury, he thought Bam underperformed.
Yeah, we forget a little bit, and it's interesting. I said today we're going to go glass half full. The Heat are going out on the road. We're going to have some positivity here, and I definitely danced around that a little. Bam was not the best of Bam. I don't think he underperformed. I think he performed as a very good player. But unlike, I'd say this, the debate we were having when we raised that was who was overachieved. And we feel Max Strus is overachieved. Gabe Vincent is overachieved. Caleb Martin is overachieved. Omer Yurtseven is overachieved. PJ Tucker, I think, is overachieved from what we expected. Bam has not overachieved. Bam has been Bamish, and that's good. But when you're a 23-year-old player, I need to see that growth curve go up. You can't stop now. If this is all that Bam Adebayo is, which is not bad by any means, it's also not good enough for that contract or for the expectation. So I agree. And Clay, I think what's going to be fascinating is this. This style has changed since Bam went out. They shoot more three-pointers at times. They play 5 men out more on offense. They defend. Sometimes they play in drop coverage with Dedmon and with Yurtseven. The defense is different. How much do the Heat bend back to what makes Bam special? How much does Bam have to bend back to what the Heat have done? I think of all the readjustments coming back off of injury, whether it's Kyle coming off of COVID, whether it was Caleb Martin coming back, whether it was Jimmy coming back from the tailbone, Tyler coming back from the quad. I think the toughest adjustment, that's a very good point your questioner makes there, I think is going to be for Bam. He's going to have to give a little bit also, and I think Eric Spoelstra is going to require that.
This is what I would say. Bam will never make excuses. I'm going to make one for him. The Bam Adebayo that we saw for the first couple of weeks of the season did not underperform. Bam Adebayo was an absolute monster. He was everything you were looking for. He did it, and it was immediate. That Milwaukee game, he was attacking to open it. Like, you saw the Bam Adebayo, everything that we had heard about. I do think that playing in the Olympics, which is a fantastic experience, and you never turn that down. I think there was a toll that was taken on his body. And then when he banged knees, and I forget who he banged knees with on the West Coast trip, that knee was a real issue. And you said this, Ira, and I'm glad that you said this because you were the only person who I had heard mention this, that he was having to go out there with Malik Allen before every game, and even on practice days, go through his warm up, his workout, and then the trainers would have to measure the swelling around the knee just to determine if he was going to play. And this is not a pain tolerance issue. This is a he could not move issue if the knee was
mobility.
Over. So what I'm going to say, Jay, and this is not disagreeing with you, Jay, because I do think that if you look strictly at the play, yes, I would say that he underperformed compared to the Bam Adebayo that we saw the first couple of weeks of the season and the Bam Adebayo that you want to see. This is where, and we said this a few weeks ago, and we're getting kind of to this point where there may be a silver lining with this thumb injury. If he comes back and he's able to give that knee the rest that it needed, because Bam was not going to sit out with that knee injury. And the Heat were not going to really push him to sit out because he wanted to play and they needed him on the floor. There is a point where the tendonitis in that knee could be close to fully healed. And we could see the Bam of the first couple of weeks. So, Jay, I'm not disagreeing with you on the performance.
That's a great point. Yeah, that's a great point. And Clay, as a matter of fact, I addressed something similar on my Ask Ira at sunsentinel.com today. And I said, might this not have in an obtuse way been a blessing for Kyle Lowry to take some time off?
Yes.
When Jimmy was out, Kyle was playing way too many minutes for a 35-year-old point guard. So now, as long as there's not a physical impediment here, we don't know if he's symptomatic or not. But if he's not experiencing symptoms and he simply is stepping away from the game, you know what? Kyle needed some time off. Kyle was pushing it, was burning it at both ends, was closing games big time in the fourth quarter, but he's also 35. Can make that argument for PJ Tucker at 36, that maybe a week off every now and then wouldn't have been the worst thing either. So again, this is not how you want to handle it. You'd prefer to do it yourself. You much would have preferred to have Kyle Lowry and Jimmy Butler available for this back-to-back. Maybe you would have played one of them last night in the game at the arena and then played one of them tonight against the Spurs. You don't have that choice right now because of COVID, because of injuries, and because of protocols. But some of this time off, you're absolutely right, Clay, is beneficial because if you really have visions of playing into April and into May and maybe into June, you've got to realize this is a 30-something roster. You can't keep pushing until there's nothing left at the end. So maybe there is some ancillary benefit from some of this time missed while you're still winning games.
To that point, let's do what we said before the break, which is look ahead at the upcoming schedule. I mean, tonight's a tough one. I mean, you're going back to back. We don't know how. And this is in addition to we don't know. COVID is already in the building clearly, and you're seeing guys go down. Jimmy Butler's ankle got tweaked towards the end of last night's game. It's going to depend on the swelling, whether or not he played. So, I mean, you could end up missing guys who played last night and still have to go play a San Antonio team that's not bad.
And it's had moments lately,
Yeah.
And even with DeJounte Murray out.
Right. And they're always going to be fighting for a spot in the playoffs. They're never going to tank. So that's a tough one. Ira, if you're a player, you're going to look at this and you're going to say, oh, man, I'm excited to go and play Golden State. Oh, man, I'm excited to go play the defending Western Conference champs in Phoenix. But I think you and I would be on the same page with this. And this goes back to what you were saying a few minutes ago about banking wins. You have to come to play at Houston on Friday night.
Yes.
You have to come to play at Sacramento on Sunday. You have to come to play against Portland, a team that historically has given you problems. But that's a team that's really struggled this year.
And doesn't defend at all. So exactly. Look, coaches hate when you play this. We'll win this. We won't worry about that. But if I'm going to go through this trip really quickly with you, I think tonight's a schedule loss. Spurs aren't great, but it's Greg Popovich. There's great respect there for what he does for his teams. They're rested. Houston, young upstart team, but you'll have a couple of days off. Maybe you've rested players. Maybe PJ Tucker is going back to Houston. Got to be a W. Sacramento is bailing on the season, have COVID problems, already got an interim coach, have to be a W. If it's me against Golden State, screw national TV or anything, I play no one. I concede that game. Spoelstra won't do it. He might put Caleb Martin out there and Garrett and play hard. You don't worry about that. Try to get the game after a day off. Eric Spoelstra's hometown when he's going to be in Portland. Compete after 2 days off against Phoenix. You come home, you got 3 days off before you go back against Atlanta. So probably if the 7-game run, if you can get at least 3 and only drop 1 game to 500, you're fine. If you get 4, it's a bonus. The tough spots tonight in San Antonio, at Golden State, at Phoenix. Try to work around those as much as you can. Spoelstra will never say it, but you have to be prudent also. Then you reach the midpoint of the season. Then you might have Bam coming back. You might have Dwayne Dedmon coming back. You might have Victor Oladipo entering the mix. Then you can see who you are, having banked those acorns when you go into hibernation for the winter.
And I thought it was interesting. I'm glad you brought this up a few minutes ago. The fact that they're going to come home before that game, and I'm looking at the schedule here, which is why I keep looking off the screen. They're going to go home after that Phoenix game and take a couple of days because you've got 4 days. You play at Phoenix on the 8th of January, then you go to so it's like after that Phoenix game, that's kind of when maybe you can hit reset on this season a little bit.
And maybe Bam steps in and maybe Dedmon steps in. So do you fly guys out there with, we always talk about when you have injuries and things swell up on flights, or do you just wait till you come back from Phoenix? So I think they're going to be shorthanded throughout this trip, and then they'll make their statement. But man, there's been so many road games at the start of the season. That second half of the schedule is going to be fantastic, and I will see Clay Ferraro at all those shoot-arounds with all those home games.
Looking forward to it. And so, bottom line, if you can get 3, three of these next week, I would consider that a huge win. And then you go to Atlanta after you kind of reset the season. All right, this has been fun as always, guys. You guys have made this show great. Please, once again, smash the like button. Keep downloading. It's doing us a big favor. And this has been a blast. We're going to see you next week right here, same time, same place on Inside the Paint.
You've been listening to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint program with Ira Winterman and Clay Ferraro, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Subscribe and smash the like button to support Inside the Paint. If you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business, there's only one choice: Pallet Rack City. When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411, and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make a difference. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All righty. Welcome aboard. Welcome back, of course. Great job by the boys getting it done on a beautiful Wednesday. We got Sean Stanley driving the program. Thank you all out there, as always, for your amazing support. And by the way, I should start off the program by thanking all of you out there, because we broke another record yesterday, which is just, I keep getting amazed with what's going on this show and the way we have grown every single day. Listen, I remember when, rest in peace, Bill, I miss you, brother. When we first started the show, and on our first day, we had I think it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 500, maybe 600 downloads or something. And I was psyched about it because it was just something that, it was kind of new. We podcasted. All right, let's see how this goes. And, and so people have to find out what the hell you're doing. And so 2 years ago, when we start doing this, a little over 2 years ago, just a tad over, it's like 27 months ago or something like that, when we first started this thing on a late August. I think it was August 22nd, I want to say, is when we started this 2 years and some odd ago. So we got to 500, and we were, wow. And then we built up, and we got 1,000 in a day, and we got 2,000 in a day, and we got 5,000 in a day, and we were freaking out, and we're getting 10,000 in a day, and we're freaking out, and we're getting 15,000 in a day, and it's just grown. And we have now crossed the 100,000 mark several times now, and we get the 80s and the 90s a lot, and then we crossed 100, and it's been 100, 101, 102, something like that. Yesterday on the program, we have 116,975 downloads, right? Just 25 under 117. And I just think about where we started, from 600, whatever it was that first day, to 116,975 downloads yesterday. And I can't say enough about it. I know Sean is, floored by it also. So just, thank you all. I'm speechless. I really am. I can't say enough. Just everything that's gone on and the way we've grown on this show, man. So thank you all out there. 116,975. I could have never imagined, that kind of support for this show. And it's just, it's cool because, in a way, listen, there's a lot of, radio has changed, as you all know, and sports talk has changed, and hardcore sports talk is hard to find. It's not as common. You know what I mean? Most people just want to try to be comedians and screw around on the air and joke around and those kind of things. And look, we joke around here. We have some fun. I mean, we have fun, but that's not what that's not what the show is all about. We're not here to clown around the whole time and all that. It's not my style. It's never been my style. I'm going to do the radio that I've done for 30 years. I'm not going to change. You know what I mean? I will adjust certain things, but I'm still going to stay as a hardcore sports talk show host. You know what I mean? And to watch this grow and get the kind of numbers that no other kind of show gets in town, not even close. It really makes me proud that for the people that think that hardcore sports talk, there isn't a place for it, that it's more about screwing around on the air and not really talking sports, but kind of talking just clowning around. You know what I mean? And that's popular, and it's very popular, and people are doing it all over the place. But it's nice to see that for the people that think that, hardcore sports talk can't fly, I think we've kind of proven it on this show that it can fly. You know what I mean? People do want to talk sports. They want you to challenge them and make them think. You know what I mean? Of course, I hope we make you laugh every once in a while. You know, I would imagine that we do it on the show every once in a while. We make you laugh. But I think this is the show that will make you think. It'll make you second guess something. Will piss you off. Will make you happy. You know, that kind of stuff, because we're going to stir some kind, at least that's what we're going to try to do, is stir some kind of an emotion and make you think about things that you weren't thinking about, you know, the entire time. And so that's kind of, you know, one of the things that we try to accomplish on the show. And the response from you all proves that what Sean and I are doing and what Bill and I started, it works, you know, and it's what you guys want. And you guys want us to be covering football and basketball and everything, you know, in depth. You know what I'm saying? And that's pretty cool to see that the response is there. So once again, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Because I can't tell you enough about it. And you know, the way we built everything up now with all the great insiders we have on the show, I think people are now getting used to coming back every day to this platform to get their information, to get their sports talk and all that kind of stuff. And those numbers don't go up if you don't smash the like button. And they'll continue to go up if you keep hitting that like button on the podcast. If you keep hitting the like button on YouTube, we're already over 8,500. Hell, I think we're close to 8,600 now. So we're getting closer and closer to 10,000. So we're about 1,400 away. Those of you that are on the podcast and maybe you haven't gone to YouTube, please come over to YouTube, open an account, subscribe, or if you have a YouTube account, please subscribe to the Big O Radio Show. We need to get over 10,000, okay? It's very important for us to get over 10,000. So again, can't say enough about how much you're helping us grow so we can help this grow, and you guys will always have this platform that you can lean on for real sports talk, something you really don't get a lot on here in South Florida or in other parts of the world, and especially the South Florida sports fan that lives outside of South Florida. My Lord, I would imagine this is heaven for you, being able to be in Malaysia or in Portugal or in Mexico or in Canada or in New Zealand, which we have listeners in all those places, and they're constantly reaching out to me. Our listeners out in England, you know what I mean? Nobody's going to get the kind of Dolphins talk that you get here, kind of Heat talk you're going to get here. You're not going to get in one place. You're not going to get all this stuff. It's just not going to happen. Plus, a little crypto talk, too, at the same time that we throw in there for you. A little bonus for you. Shizzle my nizzle chiming in on the super chat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Says, Morning O, congrats on your success, our success. Okay? That's your success too, Nizzle. It's Anthony Campos. It's Dolphin Don. It's Cal Grow. It's Danny Hathaway. It's every one of you. It's David Triana. It's Steve Chapman. It's Thomas Jensen. It's the Finns Tailgate. It's Jamie Zorrilla. It's 90 Miles from Cuba. All of you. It's your success. It's Sean's success. Rest in peace. It's Bill's success. It's everyone's success. Okay? Ira, Clay, Omar, Alan, Cameron, Joe Shad, Manny Navarro, everybody. It's all of us. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's our amazing sponsors like you're seeing there, EJD Construction. It's the Fort Lauderdale Police Department. It's Hialeah Park. It's Caneswear. It's Pallet Rack City. Can't do it. It's not my success. I can't do it alone. It's impossible to do it alone. Okay? The only thing I can't credit is a sales staff because I don't have one yet. Although a couple of people have reached out now. Now, I think people are watching our numbers absolutely explode. And finally, people are reaching out. Nothing certain yet, but we have people that are reaching out. I haven't put anybody part of the family yet on sales. I'm still handling everything, which I don't want to, by the way. I don't want to handle sales. You know what I mean? It's like, it's too much. You know what I'm saying? But, eventually we'll find one or two salespeople to latch on, and those people will eat really good on our show. But it's just I gotta find one or two experienced people. That's the only part of the family that's left that I gotta add. We got to figure that out. But it's all of our successes. Every single one of you that listens every single day, that comes back on the podcast, every one of you that walks into Caneswear, that goes to Hialeah Park, every one of you, man. You're all making the same kind of, if you bought a car or leased a car at Craig Zinn's Acura, Pembroke Pines, and you told them about us, you're a building block. That's what it's all about, man. So there's no way, and there's no shot that I ever walk around going, oh, me, I did it all by myself. Hell no. So I appreciate every single one of you. That's why I beg you every day to smash the like button, because it's a little thing that goes a long way for our program, and that's why I beg you all the time to do it. All those little things, every little thing builds it up. So thank you all out there. So Nizzle, he says, keep it going, brother. I depend on this show daily. Well, listen, Sean doesn't plan on going anywhere. I don't plan on going anywhere. I plan on building this with you all, with Sean, for a long time to come, and build it even bigger. I'm meeting with some people tomorrow, hopefully, that will join the family to help build it bigger. You know what I mean? So there's all kinds of things going on. And by the way, if you own a business that wants to be a part of our program to build it bigger, please reach out to us there. Okay. We have our business line for any sponsors only, 855. I'm sorry. No, our sponsored line. I got to remember that line. I haven't memorized that line because it's so damn new. So I haven't remembered the damn line. Here we go. For you sponsors, 786-754-4664. So if you want to become a sponsor of the program, 786-754-4664. If you want to get in. Chuck Terzian, thank you for the super chat and the sticker. Of course, I like the stickers. As always, appreciate you. And that what is that? It's you are. Is that is that showing love? Is that what that means? Appreciate it. Thank you, Chuck. Tommy Mayer chiming in with a little love on the super chat. He says, boom, sea of hands, R.I.P. old John. And obviously, I know you're talking about John Madden. And I will definitely get to that. John Madden obviously passing away at the age of 85 yesterday. And sad to hear of his passing. Although, I'm at a point now when you're my age and you see 85 and you're 55, you're like, I'll take 30 more. It's pretty good. I'll take 85, man. 85 is a pretty good year to kind of, if you have to check out, you want to live a decent life. You know what I'm saying? And 85 is pretty good, man. At least that's what I usually say. When I see certain ages, I say, well, they got the whole thing in. You know what I'm saying? 85, you got the whole thing in. So that's one thing I will say about that. Hakeem says, good morning, Big O. Thanks for explaining to me my condition. I now know I'm no good at analysis. That's why I don't say much. My foot is too big to go in my mouth. I don't know what we were talking about there, Hakeem, but it's funny. But I appreciate you. Hey, I stick my foot in my mouth plenty, Hakeem. So join the club, buddy. Willie Duper Molina is in. Tommy Mayer, the Finns tailgate. Anthony Campos, Big O with the old Tannehill jersey, patch waddle on the back of the jersey. Okay. NorCal says, I own a business till tomorrow. Then I'm effing unemployed till March. I can sell your show, Big O. NorCal, you're awesome. You're always great at helping us grow, my brother. Thank you so much, man. You are too kind, my friend. Too kind. Thank you. Jason Dow said, it's only been a few months, but you guys have become a big part of my day, keeping me company for 3 hours a day in the truck. Thank you, Jason. That's very nice of you, man. It's very nice of you. Finn's Tailgate says, still listening live, but can't interact so much, but have to let my brother know we love you and the show, and you deserve all that you have coming to you, bro. Well, thank you, thank you, thank you. I just hope that we can grow this to the point that everybody will be happy with it. And most of all, everybody can make a living and, and feed their families, which is the most important thing on top of all of that. Steve says, I've said this before. Oh, your modesty is admirable, but we're here because of you. Sean does a great job too. He listens to us and tries to fix the issues that come up along the way. Thanks, Sean. Sean is awesome, bro. Sean is just golden. He just is. Let's see. Yeah, 85. He had a long, great life. Yeah, man. I'll take 85, dude. I'll take 85. That means I get 30 more with the wife and my family. I'll take that. I'll take that. That would be really, really good. Nikolai Roll says, love the show, Big O. Watching from central Pennsylvania every day. Go Finns. Dougie Fresh says, oh, most youngins didn't even know that Madden was a real dude until now. Tastes great. Less filling. We need one pin, Rodney. Michael Cruz says, Big O, what happened for the Dolphins to get what has to happen for the Dolphins to get the last 2 games? Defense, my brother, and the offense taking care of the football. That's it, man. That's it. The offense has to take care of the football over the next 2 weeks, score a few points, and the defense is the better unit against the 2 offenses they're facing. So it's all about the offense for the Miami Dolphins. They've got to do enough to win and take care of the ball against that Tennessee defense and that New England defense. But the New England offense and the Tennessee offense should not be having their way with the Dolphin defense. The team is here because of the defense. Okay? The defense has carried them. The offense has been productive enough to get you by. They're not the heart and soul of the team. The defense is. So it's all about the defense doing what it's been doing the last couple of weeks. You got to go out there, force Tannehill into some mistakes, control that offense. Don't let the running game go crazy on you. And the same thing. I mean, the kid in New England already plays in a box. So you know what you're going to get there. So you're a much better defense now than you were then. So shut them down. But the key is that offensive line for the Dolphins hold up somewhat. And that Tua makes enough plays and no turnovers or minimal, and you'll be fine. That's how they get these 2 games. It's not anything to fear on the defensive side. It's on the offensive side where we have to be concerned and worried about because that offensive line is just absolutely terrible. Okay? Eddie Lepp says, love the show since the start. Oh, you've been a voice of reason and intellect in a sea of redundancy. Appreciate you, Eddie. Well, I mean, listen, I'm going up against local radio. I mean, that's not much of a competition for me right now, to be honest with you. I like the guys, but, most of them aren't doing hardcore sports talk. Only Joe Rose does it. You know what I mean? But outside of that, I'm sure in fact, I know it's for a fact, they still repeat segments. They still have half an hour of commercials and promos in an hour. So, they don't come up with enough material. That's the part that AM radio hasn't understood and why the digital world has dominated, because we give you 3 hours of hardcore sports talk, at least 3 hours of hardcore sports talk every day. My Lord, how many times do I go over, Sean? do I ever go under? I mean, it's going to happen. I'm going to have a few where I may go under 3 hours, not too many, but I'm mostly going over 3 hours. And I don't have a half hours of commercials because we're not going to ever do that kind of stuff. We have to have some commercials, and we have to have some we have to have sponsors. Obviously, we have to make a living. I mean, it's the only way to survive in this world. But what we don't do is repeat. And you notice it sometimes when people ask me stuff that I have to then repeat myself. I kind of get a little bothered by it because it's not the format. The format is I need to find something new to talk about, another subject, so that way you have new content that Sean can post. You understand? That's what it's all about. So that way you already heard me on this. Okay, now you can hear on this, and you can hear on this and this. And that's kind of the idea. The idiots on AM radio, they're still repeating segments. They're just repeating. They'll talk about the same subject over and over for a couple of hours because it's lazy radio. And they'll repeat their interviews and all that stuff over and over again. And it's like, wait a minute, but you only have a half hour, every hour you only have a half hour to talk. You can't come up with new material? So, because it's lazy radio. You see what I'm saying? When I was doing the onside thing, I eliminated that right away. I said there will be no repeating of anything. You will not repeat a interview here. If you're doing 2 or 3 or 4 hours of radio, you will do 2 to 3, 4 hours of different radio the entire time. Because the world is about content. You want content. So that's why I guess also this platform has, surpassed anything that 560 and 790 could ever come up with. Because they're still stuck on the old, and they haven't moved forward. But that's because, of course, the person they have running has no vision, doesn't really understand what's going on in this world. So it is what it is. So it's all about content, man. All about content. Tanny on the Titans are going to smash your little Tua bobblehead Sunday. Best thing that can happen to this organization. We can't waste more time with this little lefty. That's what Brian Martinez says. There we go. Not very smart, but, it's Brian Martinez. What are you going to do? Anthony Campbell says, Big O, Cobra Kai Season 4 on Rotten Tomatoes, 100%. Well, I mean, I'm going to watch it anyways, but so I don't know. I don't care really what Rotten says about it. I've already watched the first couple of seasons, so I am ready to go for Season 4, man. I'm with you there. But let me tell you something. Always was an Elizabeth Shue fan. Ugh, man. Big O, would you ever travel to Colombia on vacation? Yeah, why not? I'm not a judge. I'm good. Relax. Take it easy. Okay. Yeah, I would. I mean, I'm not there to deal any cocaine. I'm not a judge putting any drug dealers behind bars. So I got no worries, bro. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I would go to Colombia. Why not? What's wrong with Colombia? I know it's not in the best place, financially and all that kind of stuff, but, I mean, doesn't look like it's a bad place to visit. Looks like there's pretty decent places to go there in Colombia. People are nice overall. Got good food. For you single guys, Colombian women are pretty, so I don't know if Iron Maiden is going to Colombia and I got a shot to go see them and, in Bogota, hell yeah, bro, or Medellin or whatever, for sure. Let's go, man. Go see AC/DC in Bogota. Let's go. I actually, now that you mentioned that, I am dying to go to a heavy metal concert in Central or South America. Because if anybody's ever watched a heavy metal concert, go on YouTube and just put, Iron Maiden in Rio, Metallica in Mexico, AC/DC in Argentina or something. Just do that. Just do me a favor. Put those kind of bands on and watch those stadiums, and those things are explosive. It's like a soccer match. So hell yeah, I would go to Colombia, especially, and that's probably why I would go, my brother. That I would go to see a little bit of Colombia and then also go because I'm going for a concert. It's probably what I would do. Like I've been dying to go to Rock in Rio. Like I've never been to Brazil, but I guarantee you the day I go to Rio, it's because I'm also there to go to Rock in Rio for a couple of weeks. Because if I'm correct, I think it's a couple of weekends, Rock in Rio. So you go out there for a couple of weeks and go hang out. So yeah, why wouldn't I want to go there? Willie Duper says you got a friend here in Medellin. There you go. See, you know. So yeah, I got no problem with that. I don't know why you would ask if I would go to Colombia. Why would I be afraid to go to Colombia? Let me see. I may not want to go to Iraq. I may not want to go to Iran. I may not want to go to Syria. You know what I'm saying? Only my man Mike No-Go Zones, who goes to those no-go zones, goes to those kind of places because he's got, balls the size of Jupiter. You know what I'm saying? But not me. There I won't go. Not even if Iron Maiden is playing there, okay? But Colombia, for sure, dude. Why not? Nothing wrong with Colombia, man. Colombia's good. My buddy told me they have legal escorts in Colombia. Well, I would go with my wife, so she will be my private escort, and it'll also guarantee me that I'll get laid too. That's the thing. That's the good thing about going with a wife. You're guaranteed of getting laid. I'm just saying for us married guys, there's a positive, Dolphin Don says, Maiden, Fear of the Dark in Rio is one of my all-time favorites. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen the Rock in Rio concert that you're talking about with Maiden. So yeah, that's every time I watch a concert, a metal rock concert in Central or South America, I immediately I get inspired right away that I want to go there, man. I want to go there badly. It's so cool to see the atmosphere and how much they love it. Rosendo says you might be afraid to go to Colombia because you might be addicted to the beautiful ladies. You might not come back to South Florida. Yeah, but I'll take my beautiful lady with me, so I'll be fine, bro. I'll be fine. I'm not worried about that part. I've heard of Cuban death metal craze, Big O. Cuban screaming, LOL, that music is perfect for us. Let's see. Sports radio host in Nashville say they hold their breath and bite their nails every time Tannehill drops back to pass. LOL, they're seeing reality now. Are they really saying that? Because have they really figured it out now? Hey, we have people here that haven't figured out that Tannehill is nothing special. You know what I'm saying? So we still have people here that think that the guy's actually something, legit. That's the hilarious part. You know what? I haven't checked my email there for Scummy yet. You guys want me to block Scummy, don't you? Remember the game when Summerall got sauced on that corn whiskey and Big John pummeled him? LOL. Well, not for nothing, but I think Pat Summerall kind of had a little problem with the sauce, right? If I'm correct, right? So it may not have been only once that he might have been a little sauced up. Now, remember, it's one of those things. I'm not condoning it in any way, shape, or form. I'm just saying that what goes on now, which would never happen, or it's near impossible for it to happen, being buzzed on the air 30, 40, 50 years ago, I would not be surprised if it happened quite a few times. Okay? So, it's I mean, the Cubs had a guy that, probably got sauced up a lot, in Harry Carey. So I would not be surprised that, back in the day, it was something not condoning it, but I'm just saying that it might have been a little bit more common. Different world. Brooklyn Rob says, "Oh, went to an Iron Maiden concert in Buenos Aires. Insane concert. Fans are nuts. Great experience. I envy you." Okay? That's all I can tell you, Brooklyn Rob. I envy you. That's got to be one of the coolest experiences to be able to go to a great metal concert in Buenos Aires. You know what I mean? That's so cool. See Iron Maiden in Buenos Aires or in Mexico City or in Rio. Are you kidding me? I got to go see them in England. That's like when on the next U2 tour, bet your life on it. Okay. I'm going to Ireland because I am definitely going to go see them in Dublin because that's, obviously one of my favorite bands of all time. And the other one is Iron Maiden. And I gotta go, man. Hammersmith Odeum or something. I gotta go see Maiden somewhere over there in England. Maybe I don't know. Maybe the Hammersmith Odeum is too small for them nowadays, right? I think that place is not that big, right? So they'll probably have to go to one of the arenas because I think the Smithodium is a smaller arena, if I'm correct, right? So maybe not that one, but but something like that. I got to do something along those lines. Let's see. Are you kidding? Mickey Mantle and Billy Martin went to the ballpark drunk. Yeah, I know. No, but I'm talking about broadcasting. No, I know that about players. I mean, players have gone wasted. The players have had hangovers. We had Vontae Davis just a few years back with a little bit of a hangover in the next morning in practice that out of all people, Brandon Marshall was, calling him out, throwing a football, hitting him on the head. That disaster, calling out the kid. That's just awesome. Every part of that story, I just love. It's just so fantastic. Tom Brookshire and Pat Summerall were serious drinkers. Madden would not participate or tolerate the broadcast booth drunkenness when he joined Summerall. No, of course, Madden was, a straight up guy. Yeah, but Summerall, he liked to knock down quite a few. Again, different times. You got away with a lot of stuff back in those days, man. A lot of stuff. And listen, R.I.P. to John Madden. I mean, you're talking about a man that has meant so much to multiple generations. It's weird because John Madden is that guy that we all liked pretty much. And if you were a Raiders fan, obviously you loved him as your coach. But once he left the Raiders and then stepped into that broadcast booth, he just kind of became everybody's football dad. It was cool because you trusted him and you felt good when he was doing a game and you connected with him because those of us that have incredible passion for football, like myself and many of you that are watching, we connect with John Madden because we love the game and we know he loves the game. We know he wasn't doing that just for the money. We know he was doing it because he freaking loves the game. And so he brought all that color to the game. And a lot of times, I get it, towards the back end of it all. And people are kind of, including, like Caliendo and all that, and making fun of it and all that. But you're talking about a guy that just kind of brought us along the ride, when we're watching football and we get to learn about the game. We get to learn about the players. The players were always willing to talk to that guy. You know what I mean? Because everybody loved John Madden. And then he's obviously part of the video game, which then now you're talking about another whole multiple generations that grew up on that game and now are still growing up in that game. And they don't know John Madden from the coach or anything like that, but they know him from the damn video game. You know what I mean? It really is amazing how he was able to touch so many lives, so many different generations, and mean so much to different people in different eras, because obviously what he means to Raiders fans can never be touched to what he means to us. So obviously, to Raiders fans, he is, God. And then to us, obviously, we ended up getting to know the other John Madden, the announcer, the guy that was there to mentor us and guide us and show us why he loves football. And we connect with him because we love football, all that kind of stuff. And then you got the video game stuff going on and all these kids and, and hell, the players had to then reflect about, their Madden status and all that kind of stuff. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. And he left one hell of a legacy. And here's the other thing. We always sit back and us older people, and I know it's going to sound like, I'm the old man on the lawn, get off my lawn, nothing's better than this, that, whatever. But all I ever hear are people complaining about the Monday Night Cruise. Right? That's all we've ever done is complain about the Monday Night Crew. Oh, no. Oh, Kornheiser and oh, come on. Dennis Miller and company. Oh, my God. Oh, Brian Greasy and these guys. Oh, they're boring. Steve Levy, this, that. We pretty much hammer every crew, right? But back in the day, everybody loved Cosell, right? Gifford and damn it, who's the third guy now that I'm missing? I'm brain farting now. I'm seeing his face. But those three guys we loved. Right? Turn out the lights, the party's over. It was just one of those where we connected with those guys, right? We had the great broadcaster, we had the personality, all that kind of stuff inside the booth, the breakdown, all of it. And since those guys, all we've done is kill them because it was a standard that was set that was never met again. John Madden has kind of done the same thing. There aren't a lot of guys that have made the kind of impact calling games with the color and the emotion and the passion, you know what I mean? And the different sayings that he came up with, that everybody else copied. And then everybody else tried to be. You know what I mean? It's kind of like what I was just telling you about radio a little while ago. After Levy and his show that is a monster, you have a whole bunch of other shows that try to be that. You know what I mean? Instead of trying to be themselves, they're trying to copy that. And there's only one of those. And this is kind of the same thing. And there's only one John Madden. And there hasn't been a lot of guys that are as accepted by so many like John Madden. It's pretty cool. So he left an impact in so many different ways. Bless him, man. Rest in peace. Did a lot for all of us. Big O, did Madden coach Bo Jackson? No, Madden was out of football by the time Bo Jackson got into football. He was already in the announcer's booth at that time. So there you go. Dandy Don Meredith. There you go. A little tea. Little nest tea with Dandy Don. And Devin, thank you for the love on the super chat. That is very nice of you. Appreciate you. Thank you, sir. Too kind. Oh, man. I got a bunch of stuff today to talk about with the Dolphins. Got a bunch of subjects that I want to talk about. Alan Poupart, by the way, is going to join us at 11:30. So we'll talk to Poupart in our Sports Grill Miami Dolphins report. The Heat last night, they got it done. That was nice to see. 119 to 112. I didn't write the kid's name down from last night, but that was I know Ira and Clay were talking about the kid that just got off the plane so they can have enough guys to play. And listen, I know we're missing guys, they're missing guys. You got to find a way to win, and the Heat did it last night. And it was nice to see Duncan Robinson finally, wake up. But he hasn't woken up. Let's not, because he did this, a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, or whatever, and then went back to stinking out the place. So let's, pump the brakes, but it was nice for him to explode. Tyler Hero, bro, you know, those BBs dropped a long time ago. You know what I'm saying? Last year was immaturity that he probably did not handle the success the way he should have. And maybe his head got a little too big and all of that. I don't, a lot of people say, well, he didn't have an off season. I don't go with that. You know why? Because he had 4 months in between. So he had time off in that the year before. So he did have time off to work on his game and his body and all that. But he was able to really do that this offseason. And I think, hey, man, listen, everything's experience. Sean and I make mistakes here on the show all the effing time. And then, when Sean does a mistake, I say, what do I tell Sean? Sean knows it. I go, well, bro, we live and learn now. Now we know what happens. When I make a mistake, I say the same thing. Well, hey, we live and learn. We move on. Now we know what not to do. You know what I'm saying? So it's just kind of, that hurt. That burns. Damn it. And so it's just one of those where you got to live and learn, and just kind of part of the whole process. And it was nice to see him, but Tyler learned, and you can see that he is wired. Duncan hasn't gotten to that point yet. See, Tyler is where Jimmy is at. He's where Lowry is at. Tyler is where Bam is at. He's wired already that he knows he's got to perform. Not if. No, he knows. He has to come through. You can have an off night because you and I can have off days and we don't do our job very well. We're not in the same groove. We got a headache. We had a long night. We didn't sleep well. We're got a stomach ache, whatever the hell, whatever gets in your way, migraine, whatever. You don't have a good day, right? We're all entitled to that. It happens. But that's where Duncan isn't at yet. He doesn't have that moxie yet. Doesn't have that hunger. You know what I'm saying? That you play with that fire every day. That if you don't actually get what you want, which is a good performance, you're pissed. Those of you out there that take your careers serious, if you don't have a good day at work, you're not happy about it. Forget what your boss says. You're not happy about it. I didn't paint as well as I normally do. I know the owner of the house is saying that I did a good job, but I'm looking at it myself. I got a better eye than that owner. I'm not happy with that. That those of us that give a shit about our jobs and give a shit about what we do, we have pride, and it's painful for us to fail. We take it personal. I'm not sure yet if Duncan's there yet. Jimmy's going to be pissed if he doesn't play well. Bam's going to be pissed if he doesn't play well. You know what I mean? And I don't know if Duncan's there yet. So I need to see that, like Alonzo Mourning and Tim Hardaway and, Dwayne Wade and, these kind of cats, there's a reason why they are what they are. It's because they demand greatness from themselves. And when they don't get greatness, they're pissed. And they're going to correct it right away. That's what I haven't seen from Duncan. But it was nice to see him explode last night. But Tyler is the shit. Forget it, bro. Tyler is the man. He's wired right now the right way. He's zoned. And that's what we need. I'll tell you this. And we talked about it with Ira last week. Keep screwing around, Duncan. Keep screwing around. Because you made it here, but you may not end up here in the long term. Because if Max Strus ends up doing what you're doing, but he does it with moxie, and he does it on a more consistent basis, then they're going to trade you because now all of a sudden you become a tradable piece because they've developed multiple shooters now. Now, Strus is not there yet that you can, trade Duncan away for something else that you can guarantee yourself that you'll be fine. But I'm just saying, as time goes on, Duncan opens up that opportunity for others. So he's got to develop some consistency because at one point or another, once you get to the playoffs, we got to know, right? If you're the Heat, if you're Pat Riley, if you're Spo, you got to know. All right, so is this guy dependable or not? We know he's a great shooter, but what's happened to him? And it's not the first time we've watched people, once the money is there and the expectations are there, that they kind of take a couple steps back. It's not the first time. Thank you all, by the way. Again, I don't know which one of you mentioned it, but the honey and lemon deal, that's been a savior. And I've heard about it before, but when I was having the issues and you guys brought it up, it motivated me. I tried it and it's made quite a difference. Even last night when I was off and I was relaxing, I was finishing off and I was having a little honey and lemon all throughout the evening, to just lubricate the engine, baby. Rich L says, I only recently discovered this show. It has quickly become my favorite source of Miami Dolphins news and information. I'm in Columbus, Ohio. Do you prefer Venmo or another way to accept donations? Venmo is fine, sir. Big O Radio, Big O, Cash Big O Show. Cash Big O Show on Venmo. Venmo or Cash App. Cash App or Venmo, doesn't matter. Cash Big O Show. Cash Big O Show is the address, sir. But thank you, Rich L. Appreciate it. Thank you. Big O, are you going to let me see. Wait a minute. Big O, Maiden left Raiders when Kenny the Snake's off the field lifestyle started to catch up with him. The interception machine snake of 79 was not the snake of 74 to 77. Yeah, that was a clutch dude. Back then, the snake, he was one of those guys, bro. He had that it factor in his time. Let's see, what else do we have here? Glad that Tyler lost his sophomore mentality from last season, and he's having a much better season. There's still a lot of basketball, and Hop Duncan gets out of his slump after the All-Star break. Let's hope so, man. Let's hope so. But it was nice to see him get the win. 6 straight wins at home. Tonight they're in San Antonio, which will be a bitch of a game. San Antonio is always tough, and it's a back-to-back, and you're not 100% as a team. How about Yurtseven? 32 minutes, 10 points, 14 rebounds, 3 steals. He really has become just a really nice piece to add to the puzzle, man. Really like that. What else do we have here on the program? Dougie Fresh says, I just read it will probably snow and be in the 20s again against Tennessee. I hope to Zeus that Henry does not start. I don't think Henry comes back this week. So I would not worry about Henry this week, sir. If Henry was in the game, that would definitely be a concerning thing. I think they're going to wait till I think they're going to try to get him back in for the playoffs, if anything. Big O, the offense has to score at least 3 TDs for us to be competitive against the Titans. No, I don't believe that. I think if they score 17 points, they'll be fine. I think the defense will come up with some points. I think they'll force Tannehill into a mistake. I can definitely see that. I mean, he's already thrown him this year. I mean, he leads the league in interceptions. So it's like he's been mediocre all year, pretty much. And when he lost Derek, it's all gone to crap for him. You know what I mean? He was able to make 2 plays last week, and obviously that really helped out a lot. But it's not like he's killing it or anything like that. Last week was his first touchdown pass since week 12. But that's all right. That'll be fun to watch the Dolphins get it done this week. It's really, as long as the offense, it's not so much the 3 touchdowns. It's really more about staying away from the turnovers and not making the mistakes. That's really what it's all about. Okay? If they do that, I think the defense will take care of business at least enough to get it done. Let me see what we got here. Brooklyn Rob send me a tweet now. He says, this is the Nirvana Outdoor Metal Concert of 2022 sold out, but I'm looking forward to 2023. Check out the lineup. 2023. What is it? It's the Whackin', huh? Let me see. What do we got here? Oh, the 218 days left till this Whackin' festival. All hail the Yeti, Angel Witch, Alatoa, Arch Enemy, As I Lay Dying at the Gates, Black Inhale, Bokassa. I don't know a lot of these bands, dude. Burger Kill, Butcher Babies, I know. Clutch, I know. Now that's awesome right there. Danko Jones, not bad. I don't know anything about Crypta, Dead Label, Death Angel, Disconnected, Dopes, Doyle. There's a lot of bands here that I don't know, my brother. Now, is this a lot of speed and death metal? I'm not that much of a G War. Yeah, I'm not much Gravedigger. Yeah, I'm not into those kind of. That's a little too much for me. Yeah, I'm not. Well, here's Judas Priest now. Now we're talking. Okay. Yeah, Judas Priest, I like. Limp Bizkit, I like. That's good. There's a couple of bands for me, but Mork and Nasty and all these things, Mr. Misery. This sounds like a lot of death and speed metal. I'm not much into that. There's a couple of bands, Overkill, not bad. Oh, Phil Campbell and the Bastard Sons. I love them. I love them. Both their albums are really good. Oh, Rose Tattoo, dude. I've never seen, I have all of Rose Tattoo's CDs. They are so underrated, Rose Tattoo. But that's a hard rock band. That's not heavy metal. That's not heavy metal, and that's not death metal. But I love Rose Tattoo, dude. Underrated as hell, man. Slipknot, I know. I'm not a Slipknot guy, but I know them. What else here? There's a lot of bands that I don't know, my brother, on this. But there are some that I do like. I will say that. I would be hanging out a lot and not watching a lot in this one. On How to Whackin'. Oh, dude. That's I just, and I've never seen that band live, and I would love to see them live. That's a really, really cool Rose Tattoo. Damn it. I like them, man. Dolphins lead the NFL with 45 sacks. And Ryan Tannehill is second in sacks. I don't know if you guys know that, but the Tannehill man has taken on 45 sacks this season. Only Joe Burrow is number one at 47. Lamar Jackson's 38, even with all the games he's missed. He's third in the NFL with 38 sacks. Justin Fields is 36, and Zach Wilson 35. That's your top 5 in sacks taken this season. I know you're saying, so wait a minute. Tua plays behind a crappy line. Where is he at? Tua's 32nd in the league with 15 sacks. Tennessee has better backup running backs than Miami has starting running backs. They have a better offensive line than Miami does 87 times over. They have a better wide receiving core than Miami does, right? And yet Tannehill takes on 3 times the sacks that Tua does. And Tua plays behind the worst line in football with no running game. I love how people just slam Tua and they don't really look at the numbers and they don't really look at what's going on. You know what I mean? It's just hilarious, dude. That's why I'm one of the few people last year that I was absolutely amazed with Tua. He didn't have a good year. In my eyes, he was fantastic last year. You know? Because I think there's too many people that are just unrealistic about certain things. And then you're demanding things from him that the other guys aren't doing either. And they're worse than he is. You know, yesterday, CBS put out that great stat. A lot of people didn't know that, right? That since 2019, that kid had the best winning percentage. Yet everybody all they do is talk crap about Tua. And yet Tua plays with the least talented offense, terrible offensive coaches, and yet he's actually one of the leaders out of all these young quarterbacks. But again, he's not 6'5". He doesn't have the beautiful locks, and he doesn't throw it out of the stadium. So since he doesn't have any of those traits, he can't be a good quarterback. You know, it's hilarious. You know, and Tua has 15 sacks, right? Jacoby Brissett has played a lot less football than Tua. He has 19 sacks. He's 31st in the league, Brissett. Just, you know. Ah, man. What can I tell you? Big O, my cousin Shambi, says he knows you and you work for a Spanish radio station, was with Monday and told him I listened to your show. Oh, dude, now I know who he is. He worked with me at Radio Acción, if I'm correct. If he's the guy I'm thinking of, yes, I know who he is. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. That was a long time ago, man. It's 30 years ago. Radio Acción. La Ensalada Deportiva. That was my show in the evenings. I had a really good time. That's still one of my favorite jobs of all time. Early on in my career, doing Spanish radio was so much fun, man. You know, it allowed me to sharpen my Spanish at that time. Now it's completely shot because I don't practice it at all. But yeah, it's just one of those things. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. Those were really, really good days, man. I miss those days. The 90s were such a great time for our business. You know, once the government changed the regulations of radio, that's when radio started to change. And, you know, 3 or 4 companies just gobbled up all the stations, and it kind of ruined radio. No, I'm sorry. It ruined radio, not kind of. It ruined radio. And so that's the sad part. You know, we were so much better off when we had all kinds of mom and pops owning stations all over the country. There was more competition. There was more creativity. People were willing to do different things. Now that, you know, 3 or 4 companies own all the stations, they just want to cookie cutter everything, man. They just want to go like a housing project and let's build 400 houses and 2 styles. The 1 floor style and the 2 floor style. And they all look the same. You've seen those neighborhoods, right? And that's kind of that's what these companies are doing with these radio stations. They just make it cookie cutter. You know, I got friends of mine that work in the radio business that they're heard on 150 stations nationwide. And it's not because it's syndicated, No. They're pre-recording all the hits on all the different stations. So then all they do is they send those clips and then they put them in between the songs. That's it. There's no live DJ. It's just the worst. You know what I mean? And that's what's kind of changed about this whole biz, and it's kind of ruined. You know? And that's the beauty of digital platforms now. This is why you can go get Joe Rogan and anything else that you want to get, and you listen to it whenever the hell you want to listen to it. And so when you get in your car now, and smartphones and smart cars and smart TVs and all that, and we're blessed because now you can pull up our show at any time you want. All right, 1 hour down. Amazing. Quick hour, man. Quick hour. Let's take a break, come back. Hour number 2 is next. Alan Poupart will join us at 11:30 with our Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Insider Report.
South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them.
With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation.
Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchased with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All righty, we are back, baby. Hour number 2 of the program. Thank you all, as always, for keeping it locked here and supporting us here on the show. You all are just absolutely amazing. Sean Stanley, of course, by our side. and driving it and putting it all together. Appreciate all of you out there. And Sean always getting it done. COVID list for the Dolphins on Sunday. Adam Butler so far, John Jenkins, Brandon Jones, and Preston Williams are all now placed on the COVID list yesterday. Maybe there's a shot. Remember, it's 5 days now. So, they were probably already, on COVID. They were probably already, on COVID on Monday, but they probably have to have 2 of those negative or positive tests. So Tuesday was a second positive, and they placed him. So now they've got like 5 days. So there's still a shot that maybe you get one of these guys back or 2 or whatever, at least Brandon Jones, maybe. Preston Williams, by the way, is the only one out of the group that isn't vaccinated, which I'm not surprised. The guy that really believes in Dogecoin doesn't get vaccinated. It's kind of consistent. You know what I'm saying? So, there you go. You got the whole deal with the COVID list going on there. We'll see what happens. I'm gonna talk about something that I think it's kind of a silly overreaction by media members that I see writing. I don't know if they're talking about it, okay? But I saw people writing about it, and then people also on social media, okay? Because I don't know if I saw anybody like nationally. I don't know if locally I didn't catch anybody, talking about it. But, people came out of this game that Devontae Parker didn't catch a ball. And that this is like some kind of a concern, or that it, you got to get Devontae involved. They won 20-3. I don't give a crap if Devontae didn't catch a ball. I don't need him to catch a ball. Okay? I'm sorry. Why am I supposed to worry about somebody that is unreliable? They won. If they lost 20-3 and they didn't throw to Devontae or other guys, Gesicki too, by the way, then I would tell you, hey, what's going on here? You need to get these guys involved. You only scored 3 points. You won 20-3, dude. You won comfortably. I mean, give me a break, dude. Who gives it if Devontae Parker catches the ball or not? I just care about the Dolphins winning. If Waddle only had 1 catch for 6 yards and they won 20-3, I don't care. I don't care. Not worried about it. And if Devontae Parker wants to bitch and complain that he didn't catch a ball, bitch, why don't you get on the field every week? He's not. Devontae Parker is in no way, shape, or form in any position to complain or bitch about anything. Shut up, play the game. If you get the ball, great. Help the team out. If you don't, shut up and run your route and set the offense up the way it's supposed to. And that's it. But anybody writing, because I saw them writing, oh, you didn't use Devontae Parker, you got to get him out. Screw that, dude. You use him if you can, and if you can't, it is what it is. But you won the game. Last time I checked, it's not about somebody's stats. It's about the win column. And in the win column, it showed a dominating performance by the Miami Dolphins. They controlled that game from the get-go. The offense for the Saints was never, ever a threat. Why am I going to worry about who gets touches or who doesn't? You worry about that when you're not productive, when you're not winning, when you're not producing. But you produced enough. And I don't care if Isaiah Ford caught 9 balls for 206 yards and everybody else had 17 yards combined. I don't care. Did they win or did they lose? So I don't want to read articles that were worried about whether Devontae Parker caught a ball or not, or that he needs to catch a ball or not. No, what he needs to do is get his fragile ass on the field on a consistent basis. What he needs to do is make sure that he hangs on to the football when they throw it to him all the time. When he starts doing those things, well, then maybe I can take into account, hey, wow, they didn't use Parker that much. I worry more about you not using Mac Hollins. Do you know why? Mac Hollins is available for you every single week. He plays all the time. He catches the ball. He's tough as hell. And all he ever does when he's on the field is what? Make plays. You want me to bitch and complain and worry about somebody getting touches? Mac freaking Hollins. The best hair on the team deserves to catch more footballs than Devontae Parker. So let's not complain. Let's not write about. Let's not talk about a guy that is unreliable as hell. And you know what, coaching staff? How about getting smart and play the guy that's reliable? And play the guy that's tough as hell. And play the guy that makes plays every time he's on the field. Offense, special teams, you name it. That's who I'm more worried about. You want me to bitch and complain? Throw more to Mac Hollins. That's the guy that's reliable. That's the guy you, Miami Dolphin fan all over the world, can count on. Devontae Parker, we don't even know if he's going to show up. No, we got to get Devontae the ball. Oh my God, he didn't catch the ball. It's so important for him to catch the ball. Give me a freaking break, dude. So important for him to catch the ball. What's important for him is to get his ass on the field and stop getting injured and breaking down. Every time he sneezes, he blows out a rib. You know, that's what would be nice. Well, maybe your body can actually hold up for once. Instead of Parker, maybe they should put Humpty Dumpty on the back of his jersey. For Christ's sake, dude. There isn't enough glue to keep that guy together every single week. And we're going to worry about him, whether he caught a ball or not, or if he's, happy or unhappy, whether he catches the ball. Well, we're unhappy that he keeps stealing money because he doesn't play complete seasons. How about that? I'm just so tired of all of these receivers, and I was a big Devontae Parker supporter. And then let me tell you, and I've admired the fact that he has fought through injuries the last couple of years. But, it gets to a point where you got to draw the line in the sand and say, enough's enough. And when I saw people writing about, well, you got to get Devontae Parker involved and this and that, you know what? Devontae Parker's got to get his ass involved more often and stop being broken down all the time so this team can actually count on him. Meanwhile, if you can't count on him, then go play Mac Hollins. George says, hold on, Big O. Not that I personally care, but did Parker actually bitch about not making a catch, or did a writer just mention it? No, writers mentioned it. That's what I'm saying. And I don't think he bitched about it, but they're like talking about it like, oh, you got to get him involved and this, that. Get the hell out of here, bro. It's like, I don't care. And if he happened to have bitched to anybody, that's my point. He's got nowhere to bitch. Shut the hell up and run your routes. You get the ball, you get the ball. You don't, run your routes. That's it. But I don't want to read any more articles that you've got to get Devontae Parker involved. You won the game. That's it. Don't want to hear about Parker. That's all. That's my point. Despite his reputation as an injury-prone player, Parker missed only 2 games the past 2 seasons. This is his worst injury season. Yeah, it's yes and no. You're talking about missed games. How many did he not finish? See what I'm saying? You're right that he was missing less, But during that time also, he left certain games, I'm sure, because that's what he does. So, that's also the issue. That's sometimes it's marked as he played the game, but did he really play the whole game? And you'd have to look that up also. I'm sure it's more than just 2 games that he missed. I'm sure there were other games that he could not finish because he's done that a few times also. So it's not just this season. It's his career, dude. Enough's enough already with him. Just get to the end of the year and move on already. There's no need to bring Devontae back ever again. Do you know any efficiencies for rent in your area? No, I don't. I don't, my brother. I don't. But you know what? Eventually we'll have a real estate sponsor on the show, and maybe they can help you out in the future. Good luck to you, my brother, in finding a spot there. George says, call a spade a spade. Parker's basically been a non-factor since being drafted. Sad, but true. Yeah. He's had his moments, but considering what you drafted him for, yeah, he's a bust. He's a bust for the draft pick. He's a bust. He came up with a serviceable NFL career, but draft pick wise, yeah, no, he's a bust. There's no doubt about that. While I think Devontae and Gesicki beds the ball, Waddle, Hollins, and pass to our running backs out of the backfield, you and I know our O-line is not going to open up holes to run, though. No, but you gotta use the running backs anyways. No matter what, you still have to use the running backs. And you could use them as pass catchers too. That's also important. Oh, the realtor. Do you know how to get cranberry stains out of a linen? Now I'm going to be asked all kinds of random questions now. Wine stains out of linen. Do I know if there's any efficiencies available? Yep, all that good stuff. Danny Hadaway says, Parker does make some good catches, but I always thought he was overrated. Took him 3 years to start to show up. That's the injuries. He's a hell of a player. You can tell he could be one awesome player. You can tell. His body's all screwed up, and he can still make some amazing catches. And he's really good up in the air. It's just a shame his body just could not hold up. Like most folks, by the way, that play this game. Most folks, their bodies cannot hold up, man. It takes a special person to withstand the beating that you take in the NFL. And that's the God's honest truth. That's the freakish ability. The folks that can actually stay healthy and take hit after hit and get up and get into that huddle and line up every single week, those are the people that are absolute freaks. For them to be able to do that. That is a freakish talent. To be able to put up with that pounding and that and show that kind of durability. Big O, just answer with lemon and honey on any stain questions. There you go. That's very true. Big O, is Christian Wilkins still living in Kamara's head rent-free? Ha ha. I love Wilkins. We better keep him. Yeah, I think they'll keep him. Wilkins took a big chance playing with Kamara. It could have backfired on the team. Still laughing though. Hey man, listen, if you're gonna talk it, you gotta walk it, right? And Christian Wilkins has been pretty damn good, you know. Super Coop on Twitter says, you earned that support, Big O. Wishing your continued success. That is very nice of you, man. Very nice of you. I don't know if I earned it or we earned it, but I am incredibly appreciative that we're able to do this on an everyday basis. And the good thing is that we don't have to answer to anybody. That's the one thing that Sean and I are so grateful for every single day, that it's just me and him. We don't have to answer to anybody. We don't have to worry about, somebody coming at us and saying, "Oh, you shouldn't have said this or that." We got a relationship with a team, and which, by the way, is also good for all of you out there, because if we don't have to answer to anybody, we can actually be honest. Not that I wasn't, anyways. Whether I worked at QAM or not, it wasn't going to stop me from actually, saying what was on my mind, as you all know. But man, it's good. It really is good to have that freedom, I will admit. All right. 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the program, that's 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the program, you can also reach out on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. Also email Big O Radio Show at yahoo.com. That's Big O Radio Show at yahoo.com. You can also make a donation through Cash App or Venmo. That is Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show. Big O, can you suggest a good hair routine? You guys are awesome. Preston Williams has been a disappointment. Dolphins should call up Kirk Merritt to take his roster spot. I don't know why they haven't, man. It doesn't make any sense to me that Kirk. But then again, we just went through the whole Mac Hollins thing. They have a guy that actually makes plays for them all the time, and they don't play him. How does that make any sense? So, I can't answer certain things, my friend. I just can't. You know what I would like to see? You know what is? It's time. It's time for Robert Jones. Now, I know he was on the COVID list after playing 10 snaps the week before, so he couldn't play against the Saints and was on the COVID list. You would imagine he's off the list this week. If the COVID did not affect him at all, which it looks like this variant, most people that are vaccinated, it goes right through you. Some people don't even know they have it, okay, like Max Strus. So hopefully he's back. Ladies and gentlemen, is it not time to start him in front of Austin Jackson? I mean, at one point, you've got to tear the scab off. I get it, man. Jean-Pierre sucks. He is the worst offensive line coach in the history of the NFL, and certainly the worst ever for the Miami Dolphins by miles. It's not even close. That guy will be fired within 36 hours of the end of the season. I guarantee you that they're going to fire him. You can't keep that guy. People in the building know he's terrible. Listen to me again. People in the building. Forget about the media. Forget about you. Forget about me. Forget about everybody outside of the building. People in the building know he's terrible. Okay? You gotta put Robert Jones in front of Austin Jackson already. Austin Jackson is a beaten man who does not have any confidence at this point in time, like most of the linemen, because they have no leadership from their coaching staff. They have no substance, no fundamentals from their coaching staff, so they're screwed. But somehow or another, you got to play whatever players can rise above it no matter what and do whatever they can. Robert Jones has shown you something at times, right? That's why you've kept him on the roster. Austin Jackson has constantly shown you that he is going to screw up. So why not make the change this week and bring in Robert Jones? Don't tell me continuity, because bad continuity is not good continuity. It's like some of you out there when you don't want to make a coaching change because you're a nervous Nelly and, we can't keep changing coaches. So what do you want to do? Keep a bad coach in place? That makes no sense. So what are we going to do? Keep a bad guard in place? Austin Jackson is a terrible football player. Okay? Maybe it's his fault. Maybe it's not. I don't know. But right now, we don't have time to figure it out. And early in that game against New Orleans, he missed that stunt, and you had Gaskins going across, and Tua still has to hit that pass. He still has to hit it, but he missed it. And it didn't help, and he missed it because that free blitzer was coming at him. And the fact that Austin Jackson could not pick that up was disgusting. You know, I talked about it in the postgame. We talked about it on Monday, and I'm talking about it now because if Robert Jones is healthy, do the responsible thing and try somebody else. Because maybe somebody else can play better under the crappy conditions that they're in. It is time to play Robert Jones. It is time to tell Austin Jackson to have a seat. There's only a couple games left. They're the most important games of the season. You're playing two really difficult lines coming up on defense. This guy has consistently failed you throughout the year. So you're really not moving to anything less. It can't get any worse than Austin Jackson, is my point. So you might as well try Robert Jones, because maybe that will be the better option with 2 games left. All right, folks, the Sloman Shield. Oh, we've been telling you about this now for the last couple of weeks. They are a proud sponsor of our program, the Sloman's Home Security System. And right now, 1-800-ALARM-ME. Save it, 1-800-ALARM-ME. And the first 40 Big O listeners who dial 1-800-ALARM-ME right now will get a limited time offer of a free doorbell camera that connects directly to your smartphone with the installation of your Sloman's Shield. And what you're going to love about Sloman's is they're going to give you a free customized home security system. They're going to give you professional installation. And when you use their low-cost central station monitoring, you're going to get an LED touchscreen pad, a motion detector for 3 arm doors, and a backup battery, folks. Plus, if you're one of the first 40 Big O listeners right now, call 1-800-ALARM-ME, and you will get that free doorbell camera. It's awesome. When they're delivering food, you can tell them, hey, leave it there. I'll be there in a minute. When you've got something going on, maybe somebody's, knocking there and they're going to leave a package. You could tell them, hey, do me a favor, leave it there on the right side there. Because sometimes, you have some of these delivery people. I don't want to say what specific company, but they're not very bright. And sometimes they leave the packages in places that they shouldn't, And so maybe you want to put it on the side where it's not so viewed from the street. So you don't have those, porch thieves. You know what I'm talking about? So call Sloman's Home Security, folks, okay? 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. And right now, the first 40 Big O listeners, do it. 1-800-ALARM-ME. You will get that free doorbell camera. Protect your family. Keep everybody safe with Sloman's Home Security. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Alan Poupart is next.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Let's get ready to talk Dolphins football. It's the Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Report with Sports Illustrated's Alan Poupard. With locations throughout South Florida, Sports Grill is the home of the special grilled wings. Check out our sponsored locations in Miami on Bird Road and 114th and in Miami Lakes in the Royal Oaks Plaza. Here's Miami Dolphins insider Alan Poupard.
Is ready to go, locked and loaded. How you feeling, my man? You feeling good?
I'm all good. Yourself?
I can't complain. No COVID for now, because it just seems like we're all going to get it, right? This one looks like it's the inevitable. I probably had and I didn't even know.
Yeah, that's possible. I got sick like middle of October, and in addition to my regular tests with the Dolphins for the media, I took another one that was like the PRC test, I think it's called, and they came back negative. So, but who knows?
And Omar said yesterday or 2 days ago on the show that you guys are forced to take the booster. That the Dolphins. I mean, I already took my booster, so I would be able to cover the Dolphins. I already got mine also. But the NFL is requiring boosters and everything now, huh, in order to cover their league. Wow, that's
to cover the playoffs. Correct.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that kind of makes sense, dude. You want to try to protect people as much as possible. And the good thing is if you're vaxxed, it looks like it goes right through you, bro. This variant doesn't look like it's nearly like the other ones that were pretty bad. So that's a good thing. Hey, you know what? Maybe it morphs weaker and weaker now instead. Maybe it gets watered down a little bit, this thing. Again, I'm not an epidemiologist, but I'm hoping that maybe that's the case, that this thing, as it morphs, it gets weaker and not stronger. That might be a thing.
Knock on wood, right? Be nice. I know, man. Get back to normal.
Maybe. Yeah. Back to like we could treat it like a cold. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Right? And then we can move on and okay, all right, that kind of stuff. Although in my business, it was never good for you to go to work with a cold, because then you're coughing on the same mic that everybody else is. So if in our business, it was always like counterproductive to do it, yet we all did it. We all were coughing on the mic and hitting the call in and all that. And you're coming in after one nasty person was coughing all over that and all that. So yeah, it gets crazy. Those of us that have been working in solo studios for a while have had an advantage.
There you go.
Yeah. I had a nice streak at QAM and 640 for 8 years that I worked at home. So it was a beautiful thing not to have to work with the same mics that everybody else is working with. All right, let's get this going. 4 more added to the COVID list. Now, there is a chance we could get some of these guys back by Sunday, correct?
Yes, because now the new rules suggest it's 5 days away. But now that you mentioned 4 more on it, the Brian Flores told us this morning that 5 are coming off. Greg Mans, Duke Riley, Robert Jones, Ethan Carter and Justin Coleman are coming off, and we'll be back at practice today. So,
okay. I'm just hoping out of that list that just got on, I'm hoping Brandon Jones can clear
correct
on Sunday and get him in there, because I think their running game actually is actually not bad right now. It's actually pretty decent for Tennessee. It's not what it was, obviously, with Derrick Henry, but I'd like Brandon Jones in a game like this, plus blitzing and all those other things, because I think you can, Ryan's the kind of guy you want to attack and fluster him, because I think you can get him into a mistake or two along the way. So I'd like to get Brandon Jones back.
He's also taken a lot of sacks, and the Tennessee offensive line, when healthy, is really, really good. But then again, we all know from Ryan's time in Miami that his pocket presence not exactly the best in the NFL. So
No.
I think there's something to that, and I think I'm going to guess he's somebody the Dolphins easily could fluster with their variety of blitzes, and this is where Brandon Jones comes in. But here's the thing: the other thing too is right now, can't complain though, because Tennessee's also got, I think, it's about 10 players on their COVID list, and their list includes Julio Jones, Taylor Lewan, and Bud Dupree. And I think that's of a lot more significance than what the Dolphins have on their own COVID list at the moment.
Yeah. The only thing is I'm not so worried about Julio Jones, because the fragile one may not even last a whole quarter playing, even if he does make it to the field. The other two guys,
anyway, it's AJ Brown.
Yeah. To me, the heavyweight matchup is X against AJ Brown, bro. That to me is you want to earn your money. Here it is, dude. Okay, this is the guy, because that monster, because that's what AJ is. That monster is almost impossible to cover, dude. Like, you can't get around. He is one of the strongest receivers I have ever seen in my life, brother.
No, yeah, correct. That's his game, but X is not a frail cornerback.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying.
X also is certainly capable of luring Tannehill into a couple of errant throws. I mean, I'd be very surprised if X does not come out of this game with a pick.
Yes, exactly. And I'd be very surprised if you don't put X on AJ Brown the entire time, because I don't like I don't like Jones on X, because Jones is not physical enough to Jones on AJ Brown, because I just don't think he's physical enough. X is the one corner that Miami has that has a chance to defend this animal, because he is just a beast, dude.
No,
God.
That's fair. And the other big difference between Howard and Byron Jones, because I like Byron Jones as a cover guy. The problem is he doesn't play the ball particularly well. Like that 56-yard catch that the New Orleans got in garbage time. I mean, Jones is right on him. He just didn't react to the ball as quickly as the wide receiver. And then Javon Holland took a bad angle. But and this is not the first time we've seen Jones in really, really good coverage and then let the receiver make a play on the ball. And that happens with X. It's a pick. I mean,
right? No, X has exceptional ball skills, and Robert and Jones has mediocre ball skills as well. Yeah. It's definitely below average. It's not even close to average. Yeah, it's sad, because he's there to make some of those plays that if he had, better ball skills, he would have way more interceptions in his career. I mean, it takes a really bad quarterback like Ian Brook for him to pick up an interception. I hate to say it, but that's kind of the case. All right, so you mentioned something, and I talked about this before you came on. It's time. It's time to bench Austin Jackson. It's time to try Robert Jones. The continuity excuse does not work, because we're talking about Austin Jackson, who has no consistency to defend the continuity. And Robert Jones, you've kept him on for some reason, right? Why not try him at this point in time? Why not against these next two defenses? This guy might be the better guy. Early in the game last week, when you see the Gaskin play and that guy comes off the stunt and Jackson completely whiffs and doesn't see the guy. And I still think Tua should complete that pass, by the way. Okay, an elite quarterback has to complete that pass anyway. That's not that difficult, but obviously it got in the way of his pass. I just would rather at this point go with this guy to just try it, because I don't believe it can be any worse than it has. Your thoughts on that?
Here's my thought, though, is all we see is the games. The Dolphin coaches see every practice. And I understand their stubbornness in wanting to make it work with Austin Jackson. But do we really believe if they thought Robert Jones was a clear upgrade, or even Solomon Kindley, if they thought either of those guys was a clear upgrade over Austin Jackson, that they wouldn't do it because, oh, well, man, it's going to make us look bad if we're benching Austin Jackson completely? I don't buy that for a second. So I think like the idea of Robert Jones may be very nice in theory, and maybe the guy just isn't ready yet. And especially if you're going to throw him up against Jeffrey Simmons and that Tennessee defensive line. I just, again, to me in that particular situation, I kind of defer to those guys.
So the same guys that don't play Matt Collins?
The same guys that don't play Matt Collins. And then to me, again, the difference, here's the difference there is that we've seen Matt Collins in games, so we can compare him apples to apples. We haven't seen Robert Jones in the game as an extra offensive lineman, Big O. So we don't know what he is. We don't know what he's going to do in a regular season game. We know what Matt Collins is going to do. We know what Isaiah Ford and Preston Williams are at wide receiver.
But wait a minute. This helps me.
Go
so
ahead.
We're watching Matt Collins be productive.
Mm-hmm.
They watch him and they don't play him. We watch him and they play him. So how do we know that Robert Jones behind the scenes isn't doing something and they're still not playing him? You know what I'm saying? So we see the obvious, that Matt Collins is reliable, that Matt Collins catches every damn thing you throw to him. You know what I'm saying? And so you don't play him.
Okay, so but here's the big difference.
That explanation you gave of Robert Jones doesn't fly.
But here's the big difference. You know why it flies?
If they don't react to the obvious, then they're probably not reacting to the obvious behind the scenes either.
Big O, here's the big difference. With Matt Collins, we're talking about the difference between him playing 10 snaps a game or playing 30 snaps a game. With Robert Jones, if you want to put him instead of Austin Jackson, you're talking about a full-time player who's going to play every single solitary down. Okay, and the other difference is Matt Collins is a veteran, and Robert Jones is like basically a guy who's with no NFL experience.
He's a rookie. Yeah,
he's basically a rookie. Yeah, he's a rookie. Right. Yeah. So
he's a rookie
again.
But
I'm not buying.
It can't be any worse than Austin Jackson, bro. It just can't be any worse than Austin Jackson. I mean, how much more do you need to get beat up by this guy for 2 years to finally just make a move? That's the part I don't understand. Hey, and by the way,
this is 185 yards just 2 games ago.
And by the way, this is the team that also doesn't play Gesicki enough. Like I see him on the sidelines too much, and he's a playmaker. So how do you not put a playmaker on the field? You know, so Matt Collins makes plays, Gesicki makes plays. You don't play them enough. So how am I supposed to believe you that you won't even try Robert Jones? And now we're at a point, which defends your point, by the way, that you're going up against Tennessee and New England. So now's when you're going to make that change. I get it. Why didn't you make it against the crappier teams a couple of weeks ago to kind of ease the guy in? You know what I'm saying? So that defends your point wholeheartedly. But my problem is you were playing a pretty good front this past week, and I'm watching Austin Jackson, and he was just terrible again. And while he played all right against a terrible Jets team, well, now the fronts get a lot better. Do we get back to being Austin Jackson, the guy that commits penalties and the guy that misses blocks, which is what we saw with New Orleans? That's my problem.
But here's the thing, though. You can't replace the entire offensive line, and it wasn't just him. It wasn't just him. It wasn't just him.
I know, but I'm just asking for one guy.
I know one guy. Because I could make the argument: why in the hell are they not moving Robert Hunt to right tackle and put in either Solomon Kindley or the aforementioned Robert Jones at right guard? Because Jesse number one, he doesn't look right.
And he's really not a tackle, bro.
He's not a tackle, and he doesn't look right physically.
He's not a tackle. He's a 6-man, really. If you really want to call it like you see it, he's really a 6-man. I love him in the Andrew Gardner role, as I've said 1,000 times.
Yeah, that's a name from the past.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're a Dolphin fan, you know, you remember the Jeff Ulenakes of the world, and you remember the Andrew Gardners of the world, the guys that played multiple positions for you.
But
You know what
Yulanik's a good player. Yulanik was a good starting center. Andrew Gardner was
and he played guard too, if I remember correctly. He moved around a little bit and then settled at center, right? Wasn't he early a guard also?
maybe his first year, but I know he started at center for like 5 or 6 years straight.
And who was the other guy also that was a really good utility guy that Shula had also?
Jeff Dellenbach.
Dellenbach. That's it. Very good. Nice job by you, sir. Yeah, you're one of the few people that could come up with that name on the beat. So yeah, that's that kind of stuff. That's what he reminds me of. I don't have a problem with him in that role, but in this role, and I love your idea of Hunt to right tackle and put Jones at right guard to try something. But right now, I'm just looking and going, damn, dude, why not try that?
But we know it's not happening, right? We both understand.
No, I know it's not happening. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, Matt Collins, all he does is make plays, and it doesn't happen. So, I mean, I can't expect you to even try that if you're not playing the playmaker. The interesting stat, so Burrow's number 1 in sacks in the NFL at 47, and then Tannehill's number 2 at 45. Did you know that with a crappy offensive line and no running game, Tua's 32nd in the NFL at 15? I know he's missed a couple of games, but Brissett has played a lot less games, and he's at 19 and number 31 in the league. So it's not, I mean, that's, you start to think about it. Kid's adjusted pretty well for this situation where he's actually assisting this line because he really probably should have more sacks behind this damn line.
No, Big O, let's come on. Watch the games. It's the play calling, and it's throwing a ton of 5-yard passes, 2-yard passes, getting rid of the ball quickly. It's not a function of, oh my God, what is Tua's doing this amazing thing for the offensive line, or the offensive line all of a sudden is a juggernaut. It's basically what the Dolphins have done is they've adjusted. They have gone to a very quick, short passing game, which doesn't produce a whole lot of big plays, doesn't put up a ton of yards, doesn't put up a lot of points, but they don't need to right now the way the defense is playing. So it's.
But I think you're not giving. I think you're overlooking and not giving Tua enough credit. You're assuming every young quarterback can do this, and I disagree with that. You're assuming that if I got Tannehill in the same situation, that he would be able to do the same thing, and I disagree with you on that. I think a lot of young quarterbacks would struggle in this situation to do what he's doing, to decipher it so quickly, and to make quick decisions. I think that's very veteran-like to do that at this level because they know what's coming, and yet they're not stopping him. You know what I'm saying? 80% of it is going to Waddle, and yet they still can't stop him. I don't know, man. I think you're kind of overlooking, not giving him enough credit that he has done a marvelous job of adjusting to the chaos. And I think a lot of young quarterbacks would get hurt or make much more mistakes or take more sacks in the same situations.
Sorry. I'm watching the games, and there'll be a couple of times every game where Tua will do something really good. With the big difference between Tua and Ryan Tannehill is Tua has pocket presence, Tannehill doesn't. And every game there's some instances where you're going to see him move up in the pocket when the rush is coming around him, which is good job, Tua, very good. But to me, I don't think. See, you're telling me I'm not giving Tua enough credit. I don't think you're giving the play calling enough credit to where they're doing a good job. Because I'm like with you, I'm like, why is it those defenses are not completely keying on Jalen Waddle and taking him away because he's the only guy Tua throws to, especially Monday night. But then let's give credit to the fact that Waddle gets open because he's so quick, he's so fast, and the Dolphin play callers are doing a really good job of scheming it up to where he does get open. Not only him, but also a lot of guys that roll out quick pass to the side to Gesicki, which is basically 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage, and Gesicki has an open field and gets 6 or 7 yards. Again, that's scheming, and you want to say that's.
But think about
work. I mean, it's a really easy completion.
But think about it. If it's that easy, don't you think Sean Payton would have done it with Ian Book? And he couldn't. And Ian Book was confused.
We're going to compare Tua to Ian Book. We're going to compare Tua to Ian Book now?
I'm telling you, any young quarterback, I don't give a crap who it is.
Well, I don't know about any young dude. Tua is executing the offense they've put in place for him absolutely beautifully. Okay, I will absolutely
there's
give
a skill to that, right?
no question.
You're making it sound like it's very elementary. Like any quarterback can do that. Yeah, any Tom Brady, any Russell Wilson, any experienced quarterback could do what Tua's doing. Young quarterbacks, I don't know, man. I see young quarterbacks
it's nothing
get
new for Tua. That's what he
confused
did in
all the
Alabama,
time.
and that's what he did as a rookie last year when they had him. Again, I don't know how many more flowers you want me to throw him for the type of offense they're running. Tua is perfect. The question is there will come a time when they're going to have to chuck it down the field a little bit more, and that's okay. And then we're going to see for what they're doing, and they have not needed to do more because the defense has been so dominant. It's perfect, and it makes no sense for those who want to see Tua check it down the field. Why? Right now, why? They don't need to. He's perfect for what they're doing, and he does it very well, Big O, and I will give the kid credit. He is operating that offense beautifully. Okay, and I'll even like forgive the little mistake here or there, like the pick on Monday night. Not the end of the world. That's going to happen. But I don't necessarily think, that it's anything out of this world. The completion percentage thing to me is overblown like nobody's business. Yeah, he's going to complete a lot of passes. They're all 5-yard passes. But for what he's asked to do, which makes sense given the structure of the team, he's doing a great job.
I just think that if it was that easy, every young quarterback and every offensive coordinator would do it to bring their quarterbacks along. And by the way, that's kind of what New England does with their quarterback. That's kind of what they're doing with their quarterback. The same way.
And if you notice, Mac Jones' completion percentage is right up there with Tua's because both of those teams are built on winning with defense and avoiding mistakes on offense. And
except one has a running game, the other one doesn't.
No, you're absolutely right. But then what happened though is we saw the last 2 weeks is New England went up against the Colts and they went up against the Bills. They major step up in competition, and just a little dink and dunk and do nothing but run, that doesn't fly anymore.
That's right. And we also watched Justin Herbert pee in his pants against the Houston Texans this past week too, by the way. So
they lost that game on defense. I know two guys really love to dump on Justin Herbert. They lost that game on defense. They lost that game on defense.
I think Justin Herbert will be fine. But I like to dump on the people that already labeled Justin Herbert God when he's not even close to it. When you start winning games that matter and stuff like that, then tell me that you got God already. But at the moment, he's done a nice job because he's got great weapons around him and all that. But let's slow down.
Here's the thing, though. He's a point blank, no doubt about it. Big O. He's a point blank, no doubt about it. Franchise quarterback.
Franchise talent. Not yet quarterback.
Again, if we're going to throw that, we're going to throw the
one loss record. You got to win. You got to win something.
Yeah. Oh, here we go with the one loss record. Look at the defense that he's got. He's got a crap defense, which is 32nd in the NFL in third down defense. They're, I believe, near the bottom in rushing defense. Okay, so I'm not saying. In fact, I would make the argument.
He had a chance to drive his team downfield to tie the game this week, and he threw a pick six. Okay,
they were down by 2 scores when the pick six occurred.
No, it was 1 score.
No, it was a 2-score game. It was 27-15.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm positive. You can look it up by all means, and you can tell me I'm wrong, and I'll publicly apologize to you. They were down 2 scores because his running back fumbled near midfield.
Oh, that's right. You're right. The running back fumbled. He was 2 scores. You are correct.
And I'm assuming that's not his fault, right?
Jackson, right? Jackson fumbled, I think it was, right?
Yes, Jackson. And Big O, the point I was going to make. Okay, the point I was going to make is I would even tell you right now, I think the one of the 2020 quarterbacks who's had the best year this year is Joe Burrow.
Oh, by far. It's not even close. He's the only young quarterback that I would call the guy. I wouldn't call Herbert the guy. I wouldn't call Tua the guy. I wouldn't call any of the young guys that got taken. The only guy that has arrived in my eyes is that guy. That guy's the shit.
Okay, well, I throw Herbert in there as well, but that's okay.
I don't throw Herbert in there. This guy's, this guy's the shit. That guy, I like Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow is the guy, bro. He's the guy, and he showed it to me at LSU, and he's showing it to me now with the Bengals. I mean, that kid's got the whole package, bro. I still don't know about Herbert yet. Herbert is all world in talent. I still don't know si tiene los cojones that you need to be a guy in the fourth quarter to win the big games. That's the part I need to see about Herbert. Herbert's on the all runway team. There's no doubt about it. He looks beautiful. He's got the arm, the athleticism. He's got it all. You got to show me the winning because I didn't see it at Oregon, and I still haven't seen it with the Chargers. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen him be that guy. You know,
that's fair. But as you mentioned, let's see him in positions of.
But Burrow, this year already, I've seen it from Burrow. Okay, and I watched it at LSU. Okay, Burrow is he's the one guy that if anybody tells me out of the young guys, that guy, and you were saying it, I'm with you there. That guy I believe in. That guy has already passed the test for me. The other guys, I love Tua. I think Tua will be the guy, but of course, if you don't get him the line or the running game, he's done. He's cooked. He's going to struggle like this the entire time because you got to get him the coaching, you got to get him the right people around him. But Burrow's got it right now. He's got the people around him right now. You know, Zach Taylor's actually turned out to be a better coach than what we expected when he was here. And we were like, that's the QB coach and all that. And he was, you know, fresh-faced, 3 hairs off his chin. And we didn't think much of Zach Taylor then.
But they've done some good drafting. I mean, T. Higgins is a hell of a receiver, and Jamar Chase obviously the hell of a receiver also.
Dude, he made a man's catch this week, T. Higgins, between 2 guys in the air. That was Pro Bowl caliber right there, bro. That was nasty. That was
and their third wide receiver is as good as maybe any second wide receiver in the league. I mean, their top 3 wide receivers are completely ridiculous. I mean,
no, you're right. Listen, over the years they've had some pretty good talent go through there. Okay, all right. They've actually done a little, you know, they've done a pretty decent job in the draft over the years. And right now, man, I will say Burrow is he has impressed me big time. All right, so this week, what's the most important thing for you in order to win this game for the Miami Dolphins?
Same. It's going to be the same as always. I mean, this is the same formula. If they're going to win, it's going to be a low-scoring game. They need to find a way, you know, avoid mistakes on offense. It's the same as always. And then you mentioned Tennessee's actually had some decent games running the ball, even without Derrick Henry. Somehow they rushed for I think it was 270 yards against New England.
They got a good line, man. They got a good line.
Really crazy. Don't make it easy on Ryan Tannehill, basically. And then same old formula, and then they can get out of Tennessee with a win. I don't think they're going to do a whole lot offensively, but they have the capability of completely shutting down the Titans and creating some turnovers.
What did John Madden mean to you as we get out of this segment, my man?
Multiply talented individual, fabulous coach with a great record, great commentator who somebody made the point. He just made the game fun. It wasn't like it's like you were watching the game with a buddy. It wasn't like I'm a former player. I'm going to break it down like this, and so serious. It was like, hey, look at that guy. Boom. He went. I mean, it was like, yeah, it's like watching the game with a buddy. And then, of course, the video game, which is a fabulous game, to which he lent his name. And it's one of those, for some reason, it brought me back to Nick Bonacani, who had so many different great careers as a football player, as a lawyer, a commentator on the HBO. And John Madden, even though in his case, everything was related to football, but it was like success after success after success, you know?
Dude, I lived for Inside the NFL with Dawson and Bonacani, man. God, that was it was so awesome. I had my little HBO antenna on top of my TV antenna there because, you know, back in the day, you only had one channel of, you know, HBO in the very early 80s. And that was I lived for Bonacani and Dawson every week on Inside the NFL, man. That was such a great show.
That show was can't miss.
Yeah. Every time. Both were exceptional, by the way. Len Dawson also multi-talented too, multifaceted also. Appreciate you as always. Make sure you catch all his work there at Sports Illustrated and bookmark it. If you're a Dolphin fan, wherever you are in the world watching or listening to this show, bookmark Sports Illustrated's Dolphins page because Alan Poupar is driving it every day, producing at least 87 stories a day. It's amazing, but he does it. Alan, as always, you're a stud. Thank you, my brother. We'll talk on Sunday.
Yep. Speak to you after the game. Have a good rest of the week. Happy New Year, by the way.
Happy New Year, my friend. There you go. Alan Poupar. Good stuff as always with our Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Insider Report.
This has been the Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Insider Report with Alan Poupar, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Make sure you subscribe to the podcast and never miss a report. Search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Visit Sports Grill in our sponsored locations in Miami on Bird Road and 114th and in Miami Lakes in the Royal Oaks Plaza.
Are back. Thank you all for hanging in there as always with us. Appreciate you. G Firm 456 says hypothetical question. Oh, for Alan, my bad. I'm sorry. He's already off. If Pats win versus Jags, they clinch a playoff spot. If I'm not mistaken, do they play their starters versus Finns in week 18? That's you know what? I that's a great question. I'm sorry, G Firm. The question is also, I don't know how it sets up the following week after that. Does winning help them position-wise in another spot? Just because they make it and clinch, the positioning of that clinching, does another win help them in a higher seed? That's the part that I don't know, G Firm, and he wouldn't know that either at the moment because we don't know all the machinations of every team in the playoffs. We're kind of only following the Dolphins. William Youngblood says, and thank you, William, for the super chat. Thank you very much, sir. Tua could turn water into wine and everyone will still complain it wasn't beer. William, you are correct, sir. Victor Huertas says, Big O, should we go for Brandon Scherf in free agency? Well, let's find out if he's a free agent. Right? This is why I don't talk free agency or draft right now. We don't know who really is a free agent. We don't know who's going to get tagged or not. We don't know who gets injured or not. Still a couple weeks left. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to get ahead of myself now and talk about free agents when there's still a lot to be determined with free agents. Anything can happen. So let's wait till let's wait till the season's over, Victor. And the Dolphins are officially done. And then we know they're not going to the playoffs and we know they're not playing any more games. Then we can then find out, all right, who's getting tagged, who's not, who's injured, who's not, who's a free agent, who's not, who's declaring for the draft, who's not, who's got baggage going into the draft, who doesn't, who's got injuries going into the draft, who doesn't. You know, all of these things that none of us know. So let's wait till we have all the information and let's wait till the Dolphin season is finally over. Okay? When it's over, then we'll turn the page, as Bob Seger would say, and talk about something new. You know what I'm saying? That's all. Let's chill out. We got 2 more games, man. Let's enjoy this week. Let's enjoy next week. Let's hope our boys are able to win the next 2 weeks, get to the playoffs. Let's enjoy at least another game in the playoffs. We're going to have so much time on this show to talk about free agents and to talk about the draft. And we're going to be at the draft and we're going to do all kinds of things that the stations locally aren't going to be able to do anyways. Nobody's going to cover the Dolphins like we are in the offseason. Nobody has, nobody ever will. So don't worry about it. We got plenty of time to get there. Let's stay in the moment, my man. That's the beauty right now for us. Let's stay in the moment, man. This game matters this week. You win, you're set up. Next week, you win, you get in the playoffs, and you beat the Patriots to close the season out twice out of the last 3 years. It's a beautiful thing, man. I mean, there's so much to enjoy that's left. Let's do that first. Let's try to enjoy this before we get into the offseason. I want to hold off all that offseason talk. our season isn't over. I know, I get it. We've had years where, they're 3-8 or whatever, or 6-9, and whatever, and we're already 5-9, and we're already talking postseason and free agency. That makes sense because we've got nothing to play for. I get it, but right now, man, we got a lot to play for. Let's enjoy this. Joe says, let's keep it going, people. Dolphins 7 games in a row. Let's worry about the offseason when it gets here. I know I'm not in a rush for the season to end. I am not either. I don't want it to end at all. I'd love to see him go all the way to the Super Bowl. I know there's no shot. I think there's a very slim to no shot to even win one damn game. Uh-oh. He'd have, what does it say here? He'd have added Tucker. Damn it. All right. Can you enlarge this thing? Because I am not seeing it here from Tucker. And who's that? Cheatham? Cheatham? Who the hell's Cheatham? Is that like somebody new that they just signed? The hell is that?
It looks like they're adding guys from San Antonio G League, and they're already testing, I guess, positive as well. There's one guy they're adding now just because he's closest to San Antonio and he can make the drive real quick. So they're adding him to the Heat roster as we speak right now. They almost don't have the 8 minimum. They're having to use the 2-way players to get the 8 now with the injuries too, because Butler's been ruled out as well.
Okay, so Ira puts out, here we go. He'd have added Vincent Tucker and Cheatham to the COVID list, 6 now in protocols. Tonight's game in San Antonio in jeopardy if 8 players are not available. Jimmy Butler ankle has been ruled out for tonight's game. Ira says, here's where it stands with the Heat. The Heat basically has told the Heat to take any 3 players available from the G League's Austin Spurs. Heat also have injury concerns with Garrett wrist, Robinson chest. I believe it's from the early foul on Tuesday. Talks ongoing. Ira then follows up. Well, Jeff McDonald tweeted out, I guess he covers San Antonio. So if I'm reading this correctly, unless one of either Butler or Okpala can suit up, the game is off no matter how many emergency G League the Heat sign. Then Ira says, nope. Now with the 2 ways allowed unlimited games, Garrett and Martin would count. Just got clarified. For latest, see Garrett Robinson tweet. So he corrects the other beat writer. And then, as always, you can catch up with all of my Heat posts there and go to the Facebook post for Ira. So Ira on top of it, as always. And this is just crazy. Can confirm the Heat are adding Mississippi State forward Arik Holman, who is within driving distance of tonight's game versus the Spurs, since he plays for the G League Austin. By rules, teams must have at least 4 roster players among the available 8. Without Butler and Okpala, the only available roster players with non-2-way would be Hero, Yurtsevin, and Robinson. This is crazy shit, dude. What's going on? Oh, man. The only thing... look, I don't mind with the other variants that were, obviously our death rate was really high and all that. You look at the death rate now, it's very minimal. Okay. And it's obviously and mostly happens with people that are not vaxxed. And so if you're vaxxed, I'd almost play you. If you feel good, play. If you're non-vaxxed, no, because you want to protect those people. You want to make sure they don't get sick because you don't know what could happen to them. But the people that are vaxxed, it goes through you, man. So if you're not feeling bad, then what the hell? What can I tell you? Anyway, If you want to get in, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the program, you can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. Yahoo email, Big O Radio Show. You can reach out there as always. Let's see, what do we have here? Cash App, Ray Grullon. Thank you, sir, as always. He says, for Tanny's pocket presents, it's worse than ever. You are correct, Ray. You are correct, sir. That's why I think the Heat are going to have the Dolphins are going to have a great opportunity to turn over Tannehill in this game and pick up some extra points. No doubt about it. Let's see what we got here on Venmo. A couple folks. First, Ohio John. Thank you, Ohio John. Gave us a little love on Venmo. And he says, me and the fiance came here to New Orleans to cheer on our Fins and are having a blast. Headed to Nashville Thursday to see the Titans game as well. Christmas gift to ourselves and much better than the home opener we attended. Amen to that. Ohio John, thank you for the love on the Venmo. Rich Lerger, thank you, sir. Appreciate you. He says, love your show and your no BS perspective, and thanks for bringing us the best Miami Dolphins insiders. New fan for life, Fins up. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate all of you out there, man. It's very nice of you. Very nice of you. Cash App or Venmo if you want to make the donation. That is Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show. Let's see. Mob Rule goes, unvaxxed people not dying around either. Facts are a stubborn thing unless you're being paid to push. Yeah, Mob Rule, why don't you send me email, Big O Radio Show. Send me the official thing that says non-vax people are not dying. Go ahead, send it to me. Send me. Is it Harvard School of Medicine reporting? Is it send it to me, bro. Send it to me. Send me somebody of real sources that are actually saying that, my man. Go ahead, send it to me. I'd be more than happy to read it. Come on, send it to me. I want to see it. I want to see a real outlet, actually. I'm not talking about Fox or CNN or none of that. No, I'm talking about, real things tied to medicine. Okay? Go ahead. Send it to me. Send it to me where it says that unvaxxed people are not the ones that die most of all. Go ahead. I love all you folks out there that just want to just defend the point with no facts at all. None. But go ahead, send it to me. I want to know. I want to see it, bro. Let's go. Send it to me, please. I want to see the New England Journal of Medicine reporting that. I want a legit source, which I know you won't send it because that's usually mostly what happens on the text. You guys talk a lot of shit and you say stuff, but you have nothing to back it up. Zero. You're going to send me a Facebook post from some idiot in Fargo, North Dakota that says that the vaccines don't work, right? But you could go to your local doctor and they'll tell you it works. But, of course, you know more than doctors. I get it. Send it to me, bro. Please. Send it to me where the New England Journal of Medicine says that the vaccines don't work and that, the people that are unvaxxed are just fine and all that. It's the people that are vaxxed that are dying. Go ahead, send it to me, bro. Come on. Come on, please. Big O Radio Show at yahoo.com. I know I'm not going to get any emails about it because they don't exist. It's just most of you running your mouths with no proof. You don't have one medical source behind it. Not one. Go for it. So go ahead. Let's what do we got here? People are waking up, some faster than others, but they are waking up. Yeah, they are waking up. Usually they wake up at this time because they were partying till 5 o'clock in the morning. So there you go. Roger Minamea says, nope, Tannehill has missed A.J. Brown and Julio for throwing to third wide receivers missing routes. I've seen him with AJ. He's had AJ. AJ's missed some time. I mean, Julio doesn't count. I don't care about Julio Jones missing games. That doesn't count anymore. Okay? Please, Julio Jones is not an excuse for missing games. AJ Brown, yes. But Julio Jones is a sack of injuries. The Titans are a bunch of idiots for trying to acquire him. That's all. Anybody that went after Julio Jones, you're an idiot. Okay? That guy is a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's a monster. He's a sack of injuries. That guy hasn't been reliable in years. So I don't know why you would even sign that guy. So him missing games, that's what he's supposed to do. That's what Julio Jones does for a living lately, is miss games. He's a professional at missing games. So that doesn't count that he missed games. AJ, okay, that's fine. But when you're a good quarterback, you gotta raise the level of other people, don't you? Omicron isn't killing vaxxed or unvaxxed because the new variant doesn't build up in the lungs like other variants. Livescience.com. No, I know that it's not killing as many people. I know that. But you're at more risk if you're non-vaxxed than you are vaxxed. Those are the facts. That's for any variant. But this one's not as bad as the other ones. There's no doubt. And especially if you're vaxxed. It's going right through your ass. That's what's happening to a lot of people. So that one doesn't scare you as much. But let's not make it sound like if you're unvaxxed, you're safe. You're not. Okay? That's proven over and over and over again. But this variant is not as bad as the other ones. The only thing I would do is if I'm running a sports team, I wouldn't put the unvaxxed people at risk because obviously you got to protect yourselves, lawsuits and all that good stuff. But if you're vaxxed, man, this one doesn't look that bad. I will evaluate the source the Mob Rules has for you for free, but it will surely not be for peer reviewed. Tannehill misses a Santeria. Let's see. Why are the hospitals filled up again? Well, that's because it's affecting people. It's affecting people, but they're not dying as much, Danny. That's the facts. You can look at it. The other variants were killing a lot of people. This one's not killing as many people, but it still can get to some. Again, DNAs are all different. So some DNAs are going to be, some of us are going to be affected more by it than others. That's just the facts. That's how it's always been throughout this whole thing. It's Russian roulette. You don't know how it's going to affect one person over another. You just don't know that. Nobody knows that. Let's see. Big O, I created my first NFT on Binance Cester Smart Chain for under $1. Created it on a Canva, and it's now on Refinable for sale. Big O, I am the new and avoided the Ethereum fees starting out. Nice job. Ethereum fees are expensive. Let's see. Big O, with your Tannehill jersey, just patch Waddle to the back. No need to do that W, the suited out. No, I got you. With the W, get the W from get the Waddle instead. I see what you're saying, but I gotta put a kill in there, bro. That's what I gotta do. I gotta change this to a K. I gotta figure it out and do it by Sunday and change this to a K. Well, that's what I want to do. Got to change this to a K. Once we do that, then we've got the shirt for Sunday. And we're ready to go. Maybe what we'll do is we'll have one of you, light it on fire and they could go viral on social media and all that stuff. No, I'm joking. I'm just not going to do that kind of stuff. That's silly. What else do we have? Big O, it's 8 more contagious more people get sick, more people in hospitals, math. Yeah, I get that, my brother, but it's not, this variant is not as bad as the other ones. That's just the facts. Just you look at the numbers. I've followed the death numbers over the last year and a half. It was bad for the other variants, not this one. This one's not that bad. I just hope that the folks that are unvaxxed, be careful. Be careful. One of the things that I want to talk about also, and this is one of those subjects we've talked about in the past. And it's a subject that now we see Tommy Lee Lewis is now injured. And it's funny how the O-line can be absolutely terrible. The O-line can get your quarterback injured, which it did. The O-line can force you to not have a running game. The O-line can force you into a short passing game because you just don't have time to wait for longer plays to develop. So the O-line's allowed to play terrible. Preston Williams is allowed, and lately he hasn't played anymore, which is finally they got smart. And Preston Williams is allowed to stay on the roster when he's constantly injured, when he's constantly dropping footballs. He's unreliable. Devontae Parker cannot be relied on. Can't line up every single week. Drops his share of balls also. Still drops balls to this day. He still drops balls. He does not have great hands. Right? It's weird, right? That all of these things happen. So you're going to get rid of Fitz, but you're going to bring in Jabroni Brissett. All these kind of things happen, right? And yet we got on this thing where we killed Jakeem Grant for a few fumbles. But it wasn't like he was costing you a whole bunch of games. And he was doing something that, let's say, the O-line can never do. He was one of the best returners in the NFL, still is one of the best returners in the NFL. In fact, he's the only returner in the NFL that has a touchdown this year. He's also in the Pro Bowl. So all this stuff can happen, and yet we lose complete patience with Jakeem Grant. He's now been traded to Chicago. He has played well there in Chicago, actually. Scored the touchdown, made the Pro Bowl, which, you would have two Pro Bowlers with X and Jakeem on this team. And now Taylor Lee Lewis, or Tommy Lee Lewis, gets injured, and they're reluctant on using some of the other guys as returners. And I would be too. I don't want to use Waddle as a returner as much as I use him as a receiver. I don't want to wear his ass out and put him at risk. Javon Holland, they're also kind of worried about putting him back. I would too. Guy's playing safety every down. I don't want to put him out there returning also. I can see spot duty for a guy like Jalen Waddle late in the game. You need a big return. Your returner's not doing that well. Throw in Jalen Waddle. Try to mix it up. Okay. But not every time. So you end up trading away Jakeem Grant, which I truly believe was the wrong move. I understood it, whatever. All you people were all getting frustrated. And then when he dropped it on a return, and I get it. Probably Flo had enough and told him, get rid of him. I can't coach him anymore. And they got rid of him. But now this guy's out, and you don't really have a great returner. You don't have anybody that really houses it. And I get it that he is much maligned, and a lot of you didn't like him, and a lot of you ran out of patience with him. But it's funny that we're allowing Austin Jackson to make 4 billion more mistakes than him. We're allowing Jesse Davis to play
on a consistent basis when he's terrible. He'll never be Jakeem Grant. Austin Jackson will never be Jakeem Grant. Will they be in the Pro Bowl? Will they ever be, if not the best, one of the best at their positions? No, but Jakeem Grant is. So it's funny how we lose patience with so many things. You know, we have a head coach that can't win a challenge. He's like 6-19 or something, or 7-19 or something in challenges. He gets to continue to do challenges. I mean, there's a lot of screw-ups going on because nobody's perfect. But it kind of reminds me of the Tua situation. Sometimes some people want to hold Tua to a standard that they're not holding everybody else to. And then they're expecting things from Tua, but then if you go look at some of the other guys, they're not doing it either. But you don't watch those other guys, so you don't say anything about it. So it's funny that now they've got the Tommy Lee Lewis injury. They're reluctant on using their other two stars, which I wouldn't want to use Holland and Jalen, two guys you count on so much, to also be your full-time returners. That doesn't make any sense. So you had a full-time returner, but you were idiotically continuing to use him as a wide receiver when you shouldn't. It's funny. So you keep using Jakeem Grant as a wide receiver, but you don't use Matt Collins. Where does that make any sense? And now you have no returner because you just traded your returner. How does that make any sense? And you're trying to make the playoffs. I'm just saying, these are kind of the things that sometimes, what can I tell you? I believe I could better pass defend than Jesse Davis. Maybe. If you can, please sign up, bro. We need you at right tackle. We need you. My Tannehill jersey is going in the freezer. Just a superstition of mine. Mob Rule says for profit medicine is the scam. Go to a doctor for one problem and they search for 100 more to push their drugs on you. Eat healthy and truly improve your life. Doesn't mean you're not going to have health issues, dude. So what are you going to do? Not go to any doctor? Yeah, that's really smart too. Let's see. I'm not sold on Jakeem Grant. If the rest of the wide receiver group was reliable, I'd make a place for him, but they are too many holes to give him a spot. Just my opinion. That doesn't make any sense, Ragin. Jakeem wasn't the problem. The problem is that Preston Williams doesn't deserve a spot and Albert Wilson doesn't deserve a spot. Those guys they don't do anything. They don't excel at anything. Jakeem does. Devontae Parker doesn't deserve to be on the roster anymore. Constantly injured. Will Fuller. Jakeem's not the problem. The other guys were more the problem than Jakeem, actually. $10 million for Will Fuller? Thank you, Uber says cool hat. The wife gave me, my daughter gave me this. My daughter gave me the mashup hat. My wife gave me the jersey. Where is the jersey? Do I have it here in the room? No, I don't think I have it here in the room. I will wear the jersey. One point or another, I'll put on the jersey, and we'll style the mashup jersey. But I had to style the hat today. Figured Heat. Nice win last night against the Wiz. Tonight they got San Antonio. Show a little love to our Heaters and throw that out there. Chuck Terzian says, Big O, we have to watch these days and times who we put back there to return kicks and punts. They assign a hitman to do the deed of taking him out. Torpedo hit on a fair catch. 15-yard penalty is all. Well, that's why you need a returner. That's why you don't want to use Jalen Waddle or Javon Holland. I don't want to use those guys. I remember see, the beauty of being old, it sucks, but you get a lot of perspective. And Vincent, the cornerback, I watched him blow out his knee, and then people were ripping Shula left and right, dude. I mean, they tore Shula an ass. How can you play Troy Vincent as a returner and this and that and all that? And people were pissed. He came back, he had knee surgery, and he had a great career after that. And it was a little risky because in those days, knee surgery wasn't perfect yet at that time. It isn't like it is now that you're going to come back from it 100%. You know what I mean? So it was a little bit more risky then. But I remember Troy Vincent getting injured. And, dude, Shula got a lot of heat for that. A lot. And lots of coaches play their frontline players on special teams. I remind people all the time, Jimmy played Jason Taylor and Zach Thomas, I believe, their first 2 to 3 years on special teams. I don't know if it was a third season, but guaranteed the first 2 years on the team, I believe both Zach and Jason played on special teams. And people used to ask him, like, what are you doing? And he was like, I play my best players on special teams. That's how Jimmy thought. Jimmy used special teams like it was offense or defense. He thought it was just as important, and he needed elite players on special teams. So he treated it that way. And there are a lot of coaches that treat it that way. Because it's funny because some people think, oh, no, you don't play your starters. Well, no, a lot of teams play starters early on, and good players, really good players on their special teams. Some people like that. Some people don't. And for certain reasons, I don't like Waddle and Holland playing right now as your full-time returners. I do not like that idea at all. I'd rather have a returner. That's what he does. And in a perfect world, he's also your backup running back, your backup receiver, something along those lines. In a perfect world. But if he's not a great receiver or a great running back, and he's Brian Mitchell, I can live with it. You know what I mean? You're not a great running back, that's fine. Larry Izzo, terrible linebacker, great special teams player. That happens a lot, dude. Obi, what is it? What was the linebacker's name? Ayabandejo. Obafemi Ayabandejo, right? Terrible linebacker. Bless him. But he was a magical special teams player. And there's a lot of those kind of guys. They excel on special teams, whether they're gunners or they're returners, but they're not great as receivers or linebackers or running backs. It's just the way it is. You didn't want Brian Mitchell as your running back. You want him as your returner. Oh, hell yeah, you want him as a returner. If you had him as your running back, you were screwed. You weren't going to have a great day that day. It's just the way it is. Let's see. I wear my wife's thong for a mask. I like that. That's good. The question is it used and then you wear it? Or is it washed and you wear it? That's the key. See? If you wear it after she's had it on all day, that's a tough man right there. Just saying. Totally sucks because Grant is an incredible returner. His fumbling, even on special teams, is always a big risk. Basically, big risk with potential big reward. He lost 5 fumbles. I think that's what I counted, 5 or 6 his whole career. So it's not like, I think it comes out to like a fumble and a half in his career or something a year. And if I tell you, okay, you're going to have one of the best returners in the NFL, but he's going to average a fumble and a half a year, I think you'll take it, dude. I think you'll take it every single time. If I put it in that perspective, that's all you're going to lose every year. You don't even lose 2 fumbles a year. It's like a fumble and a half or something. I think I did the math. It's not that bad. If I tell you, okay, in a whole year, come on, man. Almost every player fumbles at least once a year on offense. Pretty much. They all let go of the ball one time, except if you're Philip Lindsay. What was Philip Lindsay? He's like close to 700 touches without a fumble. That was an amazing stat I saw this week in the New Orleans. I did not know that. It was like it was 678 touches and no fumbles for Philip Lindsay in his career. Remember when they had that strip that they were looking at? It was a fumble and he was already on the ground and all that, and the stat came out. Lindsay has never fumbled. And he touched the ball a few more times, so I don't know how much more he has. He has 680-something touches now at this point. Never fumbled. Holy shit. And he's not a big guy. You know what I mean? Like, I understand if you're a big guy, big arms, big hands, and you can keep that ball tight. He's a small guy. It's pretty impressive, dude. So, control, power. I don't know what that. See, my teenage son wore a WW1 canister mask to school. I got that phone call. Big O2 was pretty lucky on that strip sack fumble. He needs to be more aware in the pocket. Well, he was in traffic at that point. I love how he needs to be more aware. Do you understand? You watch that in slow motion. You know, he's in traffic. He's mobbed by his line in the rush. He's trying to get the hell out. He's trying to make a play, you know, and he didn't see the guy, and it kind of blindsided him on the hit. How about not having a crappy line that could actually block and protect the kid and help him out? That would be, what a concept. Wow. Hey, maybe we'll create a line that can protect our quarterback. You know, that's really what it's all about. Again, I just read earlier on the show, Joe Burrow leads the NFL in sacks at 47. What's it called? Tannehill's number 2 at 45. Tua's number 32 in the NFL at 15 with that garbage line. I guarantee you that if Tannehill played behind the Miami line, he has 45 sacks now. How many do you think he would have behind the Miami line? He'd have 60. He might be dead or crippled. With his no pocket presence, with that line, oh my God. He has all these sacks, and he still has a decent running game, better than Miami's. He has a much better offensive line than Miami's. And he's picking up sacks even with Derrick Henry. And without Derrick Henry, he's picking up a lot more sacks. Can you imagine behind the Miami line? But of course, nobody talks about that with Tua. You know? Oh, no, it's his short passing game, like my man Poupart didn't want to give him enough credit, because I disagree with Poupart on that. I'm not discounting what Tua does also now on offense. Oh, it's so easy, quick passing game. Well, then why isn't everybody else doing it? Because they can't. Because you need incredible consistency to be able to do that. If it was that easy, Ian Book would have done a short passing game on Miami. If it's that easy, Ryan Tannehill would cut out his sacks and get rid of the ball real quickly. But he can't, because he's pat, because he can't make the quick decisions and decipher quickly. Okay? The fact that Tua only has 15 sacks with this line That's a tribute to that young man that he has adjusted to the chaos behind that line. It's freaking awesome. Tennessee O-line has been garbage. Even watching the Tennessee games, Luan has given 5 sacks to Chandler Jones. Week 1, Henry was healthy. The O-line has been disarray all year. Jose, Taylor Luan on his worst day is better than the entire offensive line of the Miami Dolphins. Okay? And giving up sacks to Chandler Jones is no shame. That's Chandler Jones. You make it sound like it was some scrub that he gave up sacks to. I know it's Taylor Lewan, but, when it's Chandler Jones, that's going to happen, my brother. You're going to give up. You're going to have bad days against really good players. And Chandler Jones is a really good player. You make it sound like it's like that's oh, my God, that's a crime with Taylor Lewan. He had a bad night. Everybody does that. Even great players have bad days. But anything that the Tennessee line does is way better than Miami's. Anything. Taylor Lewan on one leg. I can tape both his legs together, and I'll take him over Austin Jackson. I'll put him at guard so he stays in a box. Plays in a phone booth so he can hop around. I mean, I can shave off one of Taylor Lewan's arms. Okay? And he's better than Austin Jackson right now. I'll tape up both his legs, take off one arm, and Taylor Lewan is still better than Austin Jackson. Hopping around. That's what'll happen. What do we have here? What else do I want to say? Oh, by the way, speaking of the offensive line, okay, which, as you watch this week, is still struggling. And we're now headed into week 17 of the season. Okay? Got 2 weeks left. You got Tennessee and New England left. The line is still playing like crap. Austin Jackson still can't react to any kind of stunts. Eichenberg still struggles. Jesse Davis is terrible. There's no improvement on this line. Okay? Pepe Le Pew, a.k.a. Lamel Jean-Pierre, clearly the worst offensive line coach the Miami Dolphins have ever had in their history. Okay? I mean, it's not even up for debate. People in the building, they don't even want to talk about this guy. That's how bad it is. As I told you, if they don't fire him at the end of the year, that alone is a fireable offense for Flo. But I think Flo knows he has to fire him and he has to go out and find himself a real offensive line coach. I hope he can do it. Because to me, that's the only reason you keep Flo is if he can find an offensive staff. If he can't find an offensive staff, it'll be the same season we just had. It'll be the same problems on offense. But you cannot keep investing in the offensive line and you can't have the person that knows how to teach them and set them up for success. And when players are making the same mistakes over and over again every week and they don't get corrected, it has to fall on the coach. And Jean-Pierre may turn out to be a good offensive line coach 3, 5, 8 years from now. The Miami Dolphins are at a point now that they're building this roster and they're getting really close now to being a playoff caliber team now, that they need to be that kind of team. Okay, they've got 8 wins. They had 10 last year. They're going to have 9 or 10 wins, hopefully, here when it all is said and done. So if you can put back-to-back seasons like that, that means you are pretty close to being a playoff team. You're going to have another draft, another trip through free agency. You should be really, really good next year. You cannot fail this team by having coaches that are trying to learn how to coach at this level. Those days are gone. The Miami Dolphins have to find themselves experienced coaches to take advantage of the now. Remember what I've talked about before. I watched Jason Taylor get old. I watched Zach Thomas get old. I watched Cam Wake get old. I watched Jones at safety get old. I'm tired of watching really good defensive players get old and not have the opportunity to play for something that matters. And why? Because your coaching staff, or in the past, your quarterback or your front office haven't been good enough. Well, I believe the quarterback is more than good enough. You got to build around him. I certainly believe the front office is more than good enough. But if the head coach wants to be good enough, he has to find the offensive coaches. And it has to start by replacing Jean-Pierre and go find yourself a credible, established, proven offensive line coach that you can trust, that you can hand the responsibilities to, and that he will take over and build you the line that you need, that Tua needs in order to succeed. The time has come to turn the page on learning. You're on the brink of putting together another double-digit win season. Whether you get in the playoffs or you don't, you're right there on the border again. So it's 2 years in a row where you're on the border. That means you're really, really close. Don't ruin it by having the wrong coaching staff. Get the offensive coaches you need, or get the head coach you need that can get the offensive coaches that you need. But now's the time. This is the time. Take advantage, because clearly the offense does not get better. And it'll never get better if you don't get an offensive line coach. All right. Let's see. We're going to have to overpay for quality offensive assistants due to Flores' bad reputation. Whatever it takes, dude. Money's not the issue. Stephen Ross has got plenty of money. And Stephen Ross has never been cheap. So doesn't matter, bro. It doesn't go against the cap either. Ross has the money. Pay it, bro. Pay it. That's all that matters. Get the coaches that they need. Get a real QB coach that can develop Tua. Get a real offensive line coach that can figure out which one of these offensive linemen can play and where they belong. And most of all, get yourself an offensive coordinator, QB coach, that can develop Tua. That's the other thing you need. None of that is a problem money-wise for the Miami Dolphins. Brett Dodger says, Big O, your Austin Jackson analogy sounds like the Black Knight skit from Monty Python's Holy Grail. No arms or legs, and he still says, come back here. I'll bite your bum. So good. Leon Fresco says, Big O, my son Daniel says, hello. He loves your show. The O-line with bad coaching is like sensors and cameras without Sloman's shield. Exactly. And Leon, I don't know if you did you really buy the Sloman's thing? The guard? It looks like you did. That's pretty cool. That's funny. That's pretty funny. We'll put it here if you bring it out. We'll put it in the studio. Greer needs to stop acting like a carnival trader and spend wisely. Well, it all depends on what you call spending wisely. It also will help if the head coach can learn how to get along with people and not think that he knows everything. It doesn't help that Flores walks into that building acting like he knows everything. He knows how to coach every position. He knows how to coach every part of the team. He knows all the personnel, and he wants to make all the decisions. That's not going to help either. And he doesn't get along with people. It's either his way or the highway, he tells everybody pretty much. When Flores stops acting like Matt Patricia and Josh McDaniels, maybe he can make some progress. That's the problem that a lot of people don't know about. And maybe people on the beat also got to start looking into it. Somebody walks around that building like they know everything. Dougie Fresh says, a big music question. I've wanted to hear your opinion on what your feelings are about artists sampling beats, melodies, etc. from other artists. That's a great question because it goes in many directions, Dougie. This is how I'm going to answer this question. This is our world. And we lack creativity in our world. And so we have to then redo, shows like Charlie's Angels and redo the movies. And we have to redo everything because we have very little imagination. And that's the reason why songs are redone, movies are redone, because there's a lack of imagination and skill. And you think about this. Music has also taken that way because these artists can't come up with their own music. So they have to steal from others in order to create their music. And so there is a skill to it. There is a talent to it. Okay? Because I'm not going to take anything away from rappers and other people that sample stuff because they're still coming up with their own way of doing things. You understand? And a lot of rappers that have sampled have made their own songs too. That had nothing to do with sampling. So again, I got to give them credit also because they still came up with their own music too in the process. But I think that it's just from a lack of creativity at times. And then it's also a twist. It's another dimension of music that people have created by sampling others. So people feel good about that song in the past, but then you've added a twist to it. I love listening to Roberta Flack, Killing Me Softly, right? But I also love listening to the Fugees singing Killing Me Softly. So it's repeated. It's not as creative, but the Fugees still added their own spin to it, and it sounds terrific, and I love it. So and the Fugees also came up with their own music that had nothing to do with Killing Me Softly that they didn't steal from anybody, right? So they have their own talent in making music, and they have the talent of being creative, of using other people's music to create their own music. You know what I'm saying? So it's a little bit of both. And I think what it does also, Doug, indirectly for musicians, it gives them confidence. So if they're able to make a song that they're stealing or sampling, whatever you want to call it, other people's music, and they have success with it, then they can go and try and make their own music. And it helps them. I think confident. Not if you're Vanilla Ice. If you're Vanilla Ice, you'll steal under pressure and you never did anything else again. Because in the end, you didn't really have the skill set that, let's say, an LL Cool J has. And that's why LL is in the Hall of Fame and Van Winkle will never be in the Hall of Fame. Because you could only sample that one song, but you didn't have the creativity like the Fugees, who, okay, they sampled one song, but they went and did other songs on their own and had success with them. right? Ready or Not is not stolen from anything. Ready or Not is the Fugees' own hit. Has nothing to do with sampling. You know what I'm saying? So I think there's a positive to it, and then there's a negative to it. You know what I'm saying? And in music, I think it's more of a positive. In television and in movies, I think it's a detriment. Okay? Like it's too many Spider-Mans. It's too many Supermen. You know, it's like taking out a fourth Matrix. You know, it's like you don't have enough, you're not creative enough to come up with more movies. So let's just make another Matrix. Oh, let's do Grease all over again. Oh, let's do this all over again. You know what I mean? So and when it comes to movies and television, it's a cancer. When it comes to music, it's not necessarily a detriment, but there is a creative juice that is involved in it, because like the Fugees one that I just mentioned, that's straight up almost using the whole song and then just putting a twist to it. Whereas other things like the Beastie Boys, hold it now, hit it, you're sampling other things inside of your song. You know what I'm saying? But then you're still making your own music while you're sampling others. So you're sampling, but you're still adding your own flavor and adding a twist to everything else that makes it completely different, So I think in music, it might add a little something. In movies and in television, I think it's a complete detriment. I think it's cancerous. I think it rarely ever helps. You know what I mean? At least, when I hear You Really Got Me, all right, from Van Halen, well, I'm good with that. And if I hear Pretty Woman from Roy Orbison, I like it, but I also love the one from Van Halen. So there's a little twist to it on the music side. Helter Skelter, right? Multiple bands have done Helter Skelter after the Beatles did Helter Skelter, right? I mean, what's it called? Motley Crue does an excellent Helter Skelter. So I'm just saying it's in music, I enjoy it, right? Even though sometimes in the Vanilla Ice sense, it's kind of lazy and stealing it completely. I get it. But in other ways, it is creative. All right. But I'm not a fan of it on the radio, on the TV and movie side. Now you brought it all up and I think about it as I'm talking about it. Yeah, I would not as big a fan on the visual side, but on the audio side, it's not so bad. It does open up avenues and allows you to enjoy things in a different way too. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Oh, go to YouTube and listen to the original version of Blinded by the Light by Springsteen and tell us which version is better compared to Manfred's cover. I think Manfred's cover is better, actually, than Bruce Springsteen's Blinded by the Light. I like Manfred's cover more than what's it called? What's her name? Billie Eilish. And Billie Eilish is so freaking talented, man. Bad Guy. If you've listened to Bad Guy from Billie Eilish, and it's a very electronic song, Bad Guy. Now I want you to go listen to the Interrupters redo Bad Guy. And it's much better. And I like Billie Eilish's Bad Guy. She does a really nice job with it. Obviously, it's the original. But when I heard the Interrupters do it, oh man, that thing is awesome. Awesome. They took it to like another level. Billy says, never too many Spider-Mans. That's too many. It's too many. Big O, I made $45 in crypto. Okay, well, good for you, man. Any money you make is good. Let's see. William Youngblood says, I watch Tennessee all the time. I'm close to Nashville. He is middle of the road, dude. Cam Newton won MVP one year. One good year does not make a QB's career. Yeah, no, anybody. Why? Is somebody telling you, William, that somebody's mentioning Cam Newton like some kind of a great quarterback or something? Please. Cam Newton is one of the all-time freakish athletes. And he had one hell of an amazing year. But he was never a great quarterback. Never. Not even close. He was just an athlete that played quarterback, and he had a year of a lifetime. That's all. All righty, we are done. Again, on behalf of Sean and everybody on the show, thank you as always. Yesterday was amazing to watch the show break records and get to 116,975 downloads on Tuesday was just absolutely amazing. Thank you all out there, as always, for supporting us the way you do and supporting our amazing sponsors, folks. So people like, of course, Pallet Rack City, which, by the way, if you own a warehouse in the west coast of Florida, or up in the Gold Coast, up there in Fort Pierce, all that area up there, or down here in South Florida, please call the great people at Pallet Rack City, 305-424-8547. They have the racks, the pallet trucks, everything that you need, and they will build it all and set you up to organize your warehouse. So please call Eddie Pineda and all the great people there at Pallet Rack City, 305-424-8547. And we thank Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro, of course, with the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint show from 9 to 10. If you missed that, it's there, podcasted. And, of course, Alan Poupar with our Sports Grill Miami Dolphins report. We thank all of you out there, as always, for tuning in. We will see you guys tomorrow from Hialeah Park, baby. We'll be out there, second floor poker room at 10 a.m. We'll see you there. You all be good out there. Much love. Stay safe. And we will see you tomorrow. Same time, same place, same bat channel, baby. Be good.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available, from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.